check, check. Hello, check, check. Check, check. Check, 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 check.
I request the crowd to kindly occupy the front benches, front chairs. Leave the first 3 chair rows and you can occupy the front. Please move forward. Leave the first 3 rows and people who are sitting at the back, you can occupy the next chairs.
செக் செக் செக். என்னடா இது மட்டும் தானே இது? செக் 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 செக். இது இது என்ன மைக்டா இது? செக் செக். செக் செக் செக். Check, 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 check.
Check. Greetings to one and all gathered here. I take immense pleasure in welcoming you all to our first ever community day of AWS Cloud Club at St. Joseph's. Hi, I'm Isaac Samuel, a member and serverless enthusiast of AWS Cloud Club. It is wonderful to be hosting this very special event where I see many brilliant faces. Before we begin, let me recite a quote that I came across. Technology, like art, is a soaring exercise of human imagination. How true is it? In the same vein, let us all explore and fall deeper and deeper in love with the technologies that have united us all here. What we have managed to gather here is a melting pot. Yes, a melting pot of talent. From experienced veterans to curious novices, we have a diverse pool of people from all around the world, thus making this event truly of the community, by the community, and for the community. I wish everyone the best and implore you to make the best of these 2 days. Let it be learning a new skill, or exploring a new topic, or forming a new connection. Well, the possibilities are just endless. Now, let us all pay a homage to our mother Tamil, whose eternal beauty never ceases to captivate us all. Thus, I ask everyone to stand up as we sing the Tamil Taivad. Thank you.
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்த கெழிலொழுகும் சீராறும் வதனமென திகழ்பரத கண்டமிதில் தெக்கணமும் அதில் சிறந்த திராவிடனர் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறனுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிலமை திறம்பியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே.
I now invite the dignitaries on the dais to inaugurate the event by lighting the Kuttuvelakku. The Kuttuvelakku is an oil lamp which is lit to signify the beginnings of an auspicious event. How glorious it is, isn't it? May our lives shine as beautifully as that lit Kuttuvelakku. Now, I'd like to call upon a person who stands tall among the elites as a pioneer of education, imparting values and impacting many 1,000 lives along the way. I now humbly request our beloved principal, sir, Dr. Vaddi Seshagiri Rao, sir, to address the audience.
respected Chairman Sir, Managing Director Sir, guests, dignitaries, panelists, speakers, St. Joseph Institute of Technology Principal Dr. P. Ravichandran Sir, heads of various departments, deans, my dear colleagues and student participants, good morning to one and all. On behalf of St. Joseph Group of Institutions, we extend a resounding welcome to this distinguished gathering. We welcome our beloved chairman, Dr. B. Baumaran Sir, a great visionary in the field of education, pioneering in adopting right strategies from time to time to empower the students' community to have a better career. His unwavering support and belief in our institution's capabilities have paved the way for events of such stature, fostering learning, collaboration, and innovation. We welcome you, sir. We welcome our Managing Director, Mr. B. Sishekar, sir, who supports and encourages us in all our endeavors. We express our heartfelt gratitude to the management for entrusting us with the privilege of hosting a remarkable AWS Technology Conference. We are deeply grateful to our distinguished dignitaries, chief guests, for gracing this momentous occasion with their presence. Before welcoming, just I want to say, Amazon, it is a river. Amazon is the largest river in the world. It's the second to longest river. So when they have started, whether we know the people who have started Amazon, they never thought they will become such a big. Now, entire world cloud is mostly under Amazon. So with that note, I want to welcome, we are very much happy to welcome Mr. Praveen Sridhar, head of ISV segment India at Amazon Web Services, who manages a team that engages with the large software firms and software as services, startups in India, including well-known brands such as Freshworks, MA, and Postman. We welcome you, sir. We are very much delighted to welcome Ms. Jen Looper, head of academic advocacy at Amazon Web Services. She leads a global team that assists educators and students throughout the world in using AWS service. We welcome you, madam. We are very much elated to welcome Ms. Aditi S., Senior Digital Marketing Manager at Amazon Web Services, whose 15 plus years of experience, of broad marketing experience across many business verticals would surely provide essential insights to our conference. We welcome you, madam. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all of you for your presence at this AWS Industry Academia Tech Conference 2024. And we are grateful for your contribution. Thank you for adding to our gathering, your presence, and with your excellent insights. We extend our heartfelt welcome to each one of you gathered here today to the AWS Industry Academia Tech Conference, formerly known as AWS Cloud Club Students Community Day. In our rapidly evolving technologies landscape, generative AI takes center stage, reshaping industries and redefining human-machines interactions. This branch of AI employs diverse algorithms and techniques to create content indistinguishable from human-generated data, spanning text, images, music, and more. At the core of this revolution is Amazon Web Services, the leading cloud platform. AWS provides a robust suite of tools and services enabling organizations, including students, to harness the full potential of generative AI. Over the course of time, 2 days, we are poised to delve into multifaceted discussions encompassing generative AI and ML, serverless, data ops, security, and career guidance. We believe in the necessity of holistic development of students by supplementing academic brilliance with expertise demanded by current needs. With a legacy of spanning 30 years of education, we take immense pride in our innovative initiatives like HOPE, House of Programming Expertise, and PEP, Placement Empowerment Program. These initiatives covering 21 different domains equip our students with cutting-edge skills, preparing them to be industry-ready professionals. Under the umbrella of PEP, our students undergo rigorous training, accumulating over 780 hours of intensive learning, complemented by industry-driven guest lectures, alumni talks, and etc. They obtain a plethora of global certifications, empowering them to excel in a competitive global landscape. Our students' achievements speak volumes. To name a few, we have among our students AWS Cloud Captains, IBM Quick Advocates, RPA Associates, CH Masters, OSCP Certified Professionals. Their accomplishments stand as a testament to the quality of education and training that we are providing in our campus. The AWS Cloud Clubs at our college are a thriving community committed to helping students to learn AWS cloud computing technology. We have effectively developed an engaging platform for students to immerse themselves in the world of AWS by hosting a diverse range of events, both online and offline. Our persistent dedication to quality is reflected in our efforts to help students to obtain AWS certification, a widely recognized credential in cloud computing in the world. Certifications are essential for individual progress, and our organization offers complete instruction to students and will support them in financially to get these certifications. We are pleased to announce that over 150 students in our club have received AWS Cloud Practitioner certification, with more on the way, thanks to AWS advocacy team. We are very much grateful to you, the team of AWS. We have provided over 160 hours of teaching technical training at the basic, associate, professional, and specialist level, catering the students of varied competence level. Our training programs have an impact that goes beyond simply obtaining certification. Our students have excelled in over 20 events and hackathons, leveraging the skills they learned at AWS Academy. This collaborative endeavor has had a significant influence on over 500 students of our college, allowing them to confidently traverse the evolving environment of cloud computing. In conclusion, we believe this conference will give a platform to share and transfer the knowledge and help the participants to network with each other for their mutual academic benefit. We are honored to host such a distinguished gathering, and we hope that the next 2 days will enrich and enlighten and inspire each and everybody who is participating in this event. We thank once again the management, esteemed speakers, guests, and participants. Let us embrace this opportunity to learn, collaborate, and pave the way for a future where innovation and empirical knowledge in AI continue to thrive and shape our world. Welcome to all, and we'll celebrate these 2 days while learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your warm and delightful address. As our principal sir rightly said, we now have amidst us our beloved chairman, sir. He is an energetic learner and an able executor. He's always keen on all the technological advancements, and that's rightly reflected in our placement empowerment learning programs. Now, he is the success behind every single event at St. Joseph's. So now, I'd like to humbly invite him to honor our chief guests. Our chairman, sir, now honors our chief guest, Mr. Praveen Sridhar, head of ISP segment at Amazon Web Services. Please give a round of applause. Our chairman, sir, will now honor our chief guest, Ms. Jen Lupa, Head of Academic Advocacy at Amazon Web Services. Let's give a round of applause, please. Thank you. And now, I request our chairman, sir, to honor our another chief guest, Ms. Aditi Shawnee, Senior Manager at Amazon Web Services. Let's have a round of applause, people. I now request the dignitaries at the dais to please be seated forward as we have our chief guest address underway. I now invite our chief guest, Mr. Praveen Sridhar, sir, who is the head of ISV segment at Amazon Web Services, to kickstart the day with his special address. Thank you.
Check.
Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I will. It's okay, it's okay. Let me just keep it in the. Do you have a USB? One second, just. have a USB, I'll just give it to you. No, 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 that's okay. Can you see? No issues, man. Don't worry about all that. Oh, is it? Is it on? Hello? Hello? Okay. Yeah, there's. Sure.
Attention. May I have your attention, please? Yeah. We now have amidst us Mr. Praveen Sridhar. He is an ISV head of the ISV segment at Amazon Web Services. He's all ready to begin the day with this technical session. So, may I have it? Thank you.
Thank you. I hope you can all hear me right at the back as well. Yes? Thank you. First and foremost, it's my pleasure to be here. You don't know how much happiness it gives me to be back in a campus, back among students. Respected chairman, principal, dignitaries, thank you for having us. It's our pleasure to be here. AWS was built by developers and communities. It was built by students who saw the power of the cloud. And to be back here addressing the next generation of entrepreneurs, next generation of folks who build the startups is my pleasure. Thank you. So I was introduced as the head of ISV, head of SaaS. How many of you know what that means? I'm assuming we are actually in the SaaS capital of India, which is Chennai. So I'm assuming everyone sort of knows what SaaS means, software as a service. But let me tell you what and how this is getting redefined at a global level. Can you just check on the slide change? So SaaS is going to do for India what IT services did for India the last 2 decades. Today, if you look at it, the Indian SaaS companies occupy about 4 to 5% share of wallet of worldwide SaaS market. The worldwide SaaS market is basically evaluated at close to $100 billion today, but it is scaling at a rapid pace. almost 25% year on year. So what this means is, earlier what used to be done by people in terms of services is going to now be done by products and platforms. And generative AI is actually going to play a very important time. So when we say our time is now, I'm talking about 2 to 3 things. One, it is India's time. It is the time of SaaS startups from India. And third, you, the students, are probably at a time when India is going to go through its largest transformation over the next 10 years. Can we move to the next slide, please? So I don't know how much of this is visible to you, but let me give you some context. This slide is actually a little old. We are only allowed to use certain authorized numbers. So it says 2.7 trillion GDP, but we all know it's well over 3.5. India will be the third largest economy by the end of the decade. Some people are saying it's 2026, 27, 28, 30, but by 30, it will be the third largest economy in the world. We are already the third largest economy in the world when it comes to purchasing power parity. So this is huge. When I graduated, we were not even in the 15th, I think. So you, the students, are at a stage where India is on an exceptional growth path. The second, the developer potential. I was just telling the chairman, in a year, India graduates as many developers and as many engineering graduates as probably the population of some countries. We have over 9 million developers in India. That is 90 lakhs, almost touching a crore. That is probably greater than most of the population of many countries. Maybe there are about 15 to 20 countries which are bigger than that. So all this talent, all this well-educated talent in science, in math, in technology, is what is giving rise to the startups. Today, startups are not coming out of, if you look at it, it's not coming out of some grand, large, big enterprise thinking about how to solve a new problem. It is coming out of 1, 2, 3-member organizations. That is who AWS works with. That is the backbone of AWS. So we are very passionate when it comes to startups, developers, and builders, which is students. I talked about the third largest, India being the third largest in terms of economy. It's also the third largest when you look at it as a startup ecosystem. It's the third largest when you look at it as a SaaS ecosystem. So what is our mission as AWS here in India? It is to empower builders and businesses to build a better India. Builders, when we actually talk about it, anybody who builds anything is a builder from our perspective. You could be building a software code, you could be building a new banking product, you could be building a new insurance product, you could be building a chemical formula. Any of those things is builders for us. And India is the land of SMBs. We may actually think that we look at the large buildings and we think that is what India is. No, the India is actually on the roads and the streets in the kirana shops, or what we call as the stores. That's the true India. We have 65 million SMBs in India, the largest in the world. So how do you actually make all of them productive? You can make all of them productive only through technology. And India has this uncanny habit of skipping generations of technology. We did not go from mainframes to PCs to then, no, we directly actually went to the mobile. And in all probability, India is not just going to go to the cloud. The cloud adoption in India is less than 10%. It's actually less than 5%. We are going to go AI direct. So which is the reason why generative AI becomes so important in this country. And I don't know if you are following the news, but the largest number of generative AI developers are in India. As far as AWS is concerned, we work with everybody. We work with the largest of the large enterprises, largest of the large banks, largest of the large digital natives. Now, this is a term, when you graduate out, you will keep hearing digital natives. What are digital natives? A company which has been built purely on the cloud or on the web or on the internet, e-commerce companies. Today, we take so many things for granted. We take UPI for granted. We take Zomato, Swiggy for granted. We take Make My Trip for granted. All of them are very big businesses which are built on internet. Think about UPI, for example. India does over 100 billion transactions on UPI, much bigger than China, much bigger than anywhere else in the world. Maybe in about a year's time, we'll be doing more amount of UPI transaction than the rest of the world combined together. So India's ability to just adopt technology is immense. Everyone was thinking, oh, how we have such a large population, a lot of the population may not actually have the level of education required to adopt technology. No, Indians are intuitive, they adopt technology, right? So you will actually see more and more of the technology that is getting built will now start getting built for India than India building technology for the world. AWS is, I think your principal sir talked about it. While Amazon is the river, you can think about AWS as one of its largest tributaries. We have a fully fledged set of cloud services. If I have to go back 17 years to the formation of AWS, the simple thing in Andy Jesse's mind, who actually built the company and who is now the chairman of, or the CEO of Amazon, was that I want to provide a mechanism by which not just the biggest of the big companies have access to technology, but every small company, every developer, every student who wants to create and build a business should get technology. That was the idea. And with that, today we have now become a company with millions of customers, hundreds of thousands of partners, with 240 plus services. We had one when we started. AWS started with one service, a storage service called S3. And we have 32 different regions. Regions is where our actual data centers and our infrastructure rests. And we have a long-term commitment towards India. We will be making over $12.7 billion of investment in India. Billion. That's a very big number. We will be creating nearly 131,000 jobs by 2030. And we will be contributing about 24 billion to India's GDP. So our commitment to India is for the long term. And I've been here in AWS for about 8 years, and every single year I see hundreds of millions of dollars of commitment, and that is less. What we really see is millions of people getting trained on cloud technologies, and now they will get trained on generative AI and AI platforms. These are some of the companies. I know that the logos might not be visible, but here in Chennai, I personally work with many, many companies. Freshworks, Ramco, Intellect, FSS, ChargeBee, Unifor. You might have heard of all these companies. These are companies which have born and built out of Chennai. They are transforming the world, not just India, transforming the world. Freshworks today stands amongst the top 10 SaaS players in the world. What Mr. Girish Mathrubootham has done is inspirational to the students over here. Amazon by itself is not one company. It's actually a multitude of companies. Most of you will know Amazon as this e-commerce player wherein you can go order something. But there are hundreds of other small lines of businesses within it. And you would have also seen it's not just what you see, Amazon, but there is AWS, there is ads. Now you all know of Prime Video, which is the streaming content. And some of the businesses may not even be in India. Like for example, our physical stores are in the US. But if at all, you happen to go to the US, you will see something called Amazon Go stores. You can walk in, walk out, and there is no check-in counter, there is nothing. A very sophisticated technology tracks your movements, figures out what you pick from the counter, and it recognizes who you are, and it bills to your wallet. So you can go in, pick what you want, go out. So the hassle of physical retail, let's all face it, we spend half an hour shopping and half an hour in the queue. That is no longer going to be there. What is our mission? Our mission is to be Earth's most customer-centric company. And I will spend a few moments going through this. I was speaking with your professors and with your leaders before, and I asked them, what would the students like to hear? And most of you might have come here thinking I'll give you a very technical talk on what is generative AI, what is cloud, what is compute, how do you know? I'm not doing any of those things. I'm an engineer, but I'm not very good at that. Over the next 2 days, you will hear more from other speakers on what those things are. I'm going to tell you when you enter into the professional area, how should you operate and think? Now, there are different ways to operate and think. Many of you might think, I'm a very smart person, so I will do whatever is best in my mind because I think that's a very smart idea. Now, unfortunately, your smart idea may not be wanted by everybody else in the market. So you have a very good product, but nobody is buying it. Another way to do it is go over and say, this person is doing this and is very successful, so I will also go ahead and do it, but I'll do it better. It's a very valid business practice. It's called re-engineering practices. Basically, you see something and make it better. The other way of doing it, and that's what Amazon does, and every business of ours does this, is something called working backwards. There is a great book on this. I don't know if your semester or trimester holidays are coming up, but if so, it's just one weekend read. Saturday, Sunday, you can finish that book. It is called Working Backwards. It is available on Amazon. Please go ahead and read that. Because it's not just about how to build a company. You don't need to be a CEO to read this book. You can very well be anything that you do in your daily life. You can actually use this as a concept, which is, who is my end customer, who is my end target, what is my goal, and how do I actually work backwards from there to achieve it? What timeline do you need? What amount of skill sets do you need? What amount of learning do you need? Everything. So this is a methodology. It is not something that you actually use only for coding or building a business. So this actually was the core with which Mr. Jeff Bezos built the business. He said, the best thing about continuously hearing to customers is, customers are, and he uses this word, customers are always beautifully, wonderfully dissatisfied. You can do the best and customers will still be dissatisfied, which means you will have to do better, right? So what also this means is, you are always working on a problem for which there is an audience out there who is willing to buy that product or make a business out of it. You are not working on some problem for which there is no customer base. You are always working for something which has a customer base. And this, if you have to take away one thing from my entire presentation, I would say take this. This is how, so today, Amazon is a, I don't know, $1.7 trillion company. I keep watching that stock because I need to watch that stock. But this was written on a tissue paper, a napkin. This is how Jeff Bezos started the business. Now, this looks like a 360-degree graph, but there is a starting point to it. Can somebody sort of guess what that starting point is? Which is the starting, which part of this is the starting point? Customer experience, fantastic. Why? Because that's the one thing you can control. Everything else is out of control. And you will keep hearing when and if, and I hope many of you join Amazon at some point of time, you will keep hearing this thing called customer experience and customer obsession. For us, everything starts with customer. If our customers are wonderfully dissatisfied, we are very happy. They will never be satisfied. We are okay with that. And customer experience is the one thing that you can control. You control customer experience, you get more traffic, which means more customers come to you. You get more traffic, you get more people, sellers, wanting to work with you. And then you get more selection, which is choice. And that lowers price. And that in turn gives better customer experience. So this is a cycle which keeps going. Now you look at any business of Amazon. If the person who is building the business case cannot tell how this will work for their business case, that business case is not getting approved. So, this is something I want to talk about. This is, by the way, this presentation I did not build for students. This presentation we do not build it for companies. This presentation works for everybody, and that is why it's called a master presentation in our books, right? What really is important? What is important is innovation. And I was speaking with your professors, and they were telling me a few things, and I have to appreciate your batch of students. I'm assuming most of you are in your 3rd or 4th year of engineering. Is that correct? 3rd or 4th engineering, can you raise your hands? Most of you are there. Now, your batch is unique. And frankly, you have gone through things which most other batches of engineers or batches of students would not have gone through in India. Like, for example, when I graduated, and I graduated from my MBA, we were on the cusp of the financial crisis, 2007, 2008, 2008. And it was a tough time. Everything that you work for, your plan, you all join an MBA, you all join this thinking I will get placement here. The day I joined my MBA, I knew what I wanted to be in the tech sector. So I had 3 companies or 4 companies that I wanted to join. And I'm sure each one of you have that as well. And now, you are all a little worried that, you know what, market is not looking very good. What will happen to our placements? But you have gone through something else which most other people have not gone through. You have gone through a pandemic situation wherein you have done years of schooling, years of college from your home in front of an online meeting. That is difficult, and you have already done it. So what I want to leave with you, and next I'm going to talk about a bunch of tools and mechanisms that you can use to build your own ability to think and ability to frame clarity of thought in your mind. But what I want to say is sometimes it's very important to take consolence from the fact that you have gone through something very difficult, and you can go through something very difficult. You have gone through a time wherein you had to do maybe your +1 and +2, which is your PUC or your 11th and 12th standard in front of a online course. Or you did your first year of engineering through that. So these are difficult things to do. And now when you are actually looking at a tough market scenario, and everyone is like, oh, what will happen to placements? Will I get a job? Do not get worried about that as the end result, is what I will say. Start worrying about some of the mechanism. And I can tell you in the market, there is always going to be interest for people who can innovate. Now, how do you innovate is the question. First comes culture. Now, I'm talking about a company culture, but it is as good as a culture of you as an individual, or a culture of you as a group of friends, or culture of even the institution. Culture comes down to people. Sorry, it's not showing up, but I'll talk through it. Culture is not some magical entity. Culture comes down to people, right? And what do we say about culture? Now, one of the things that we talk about culture within Amazon is the concept called leadership principles, okay? This is how you build yourself. For us, it starts with customer obsession. Now, you might ask yourself, I am a student, Praveen, who is my customer? Your customer can be yourself. Your customer can be your family. Your customer can be your teachers and professors. You want to do right by them. You want to make them make it look, I mean, for all the effort they put in, you actually want to go ahead and show success. That can be your customer. Now, invent and simplify. This is actually one of my favorites. How can you take everything that you see and figure out a simpler way? If you can do that, I can tell you, forget placements in campus, somebody will hire you outside the company, if you really have that. Learn and be curious. I think your principal told this in the talk. The next 2 days is learning. Get immersed into it. Because you are going to find a bunch of professionals come over and talk to you who you would tomorrow have to pay money for to actually go ahead and listen, right? So you get that. Insist on high standards. This is actually very important. In a company, you will always have to insist on high standards. You cannot, so a lot of people say, this work I have done, I know it is not great, but let's just go with it, right? But the problem is it's not about whether your professor knows whether you have done good work or not, or whether your friends know you have done good work or not. You should know whether you have done good work or not. The rest of it, the other two, I will leave it aside. Ownership. This becomes very important when you go into a professional work. The fact of the matter is, everyone will be asked to do something which is beyond what their core responsibility is. And you can't go back and say, I will not do it, because you cannot do it. It's okay, it's not your core responsibility. But people who grow in their career always go beyond. Now I'll give you a simple example. Most of you would have thought Kumar Raghavan is coming over here and Praveen Sridhar is standing here. That is because Kumar Raghavan had to go over and help Praveen Sridhar with one of his customers. And Praveen Sridhar had to come here to help Kumar Raghavan, right? So this ownership of you standing in for each other, you going beyond your comfort zone will be very important. The other one I will tell is dive deep, right? There is no real market for individuals who have superficial knowledge. What I mean to say is you have to have breadth of knowledge. Everyone needs to have breadth of knowledge. But if you do not have expertise, then the market will not value you. So you need to have breadth of knowledge, but you finally need to go deep on a particular subject. And you do all those things, you obviously earn trust, and when you earn trust, you basically build a business. I've talked through most of this, so I'll skip this. Okay, this I'll come to. One of the other leadership principles, and you will start facing this as soon as you join a company, is, or you start your own business, and I am hoping many of you start your own business, is that speed matters. It's the most important thing in a business. A lot of people think, let me figure out the overall solution to a problem, and then I will go ahead and solve the problem. That's not how it works. In your academics, that is great. But even in your academics, you can't go there. Let me give a simple example you might understand. When you start solving a problem, you don't know what the end problem or the end result looks like. But you know what the methodology to follow is. If you say, just because I don't know what the end result looks like, I'll not start solving the problem, it doesn't work. You have to do the steps, one by one by one. And that is what bias for action is. When you know that you have 70% knowledge of how to solve a problem, you go ahead and start working on it. And finally, the path comes forward by itself. And one of the best ways to know how to take a very tough decision is it a one-way door decision or is it a two-way door decision? Now, you are all students, and some of you I know are also professionals. So let me explain what a one-way or a two-way door decision is. Almost 95% of decisions are two-way door decisions, which means you can take a decision and tomorrow revert back if you want. But what is a one-way door decision? Any decision when it comes to people is one-way door decisions. Anything that comes to very large investments is one-way door decisions, right? And please understand, one-way door decisions can become two-way door decisions after a certain degree of maturity. So these are concepts, but what I'm saying is use that book, read that book working backwards, you will get a lot more understanding of what these are. So once again, working backwards, right? I'll also tell you what it is. In Amazon, we have a saying that intentions are useless, or not useless. Intentions are good, but mechanisms are better. Everyone has an intention. I have an intention that I want to actually spend more time with my family. I have an intention that I want to build my business really well. I have an intention I want to keep my health as good as possible. But what are the mechanisms? If you don't have mechanisms to implement those intentions, then it is useless. It just remains a plan on paper. So what we do is, this is actually a very simple mechanism, which is press release or FAQ. Like, you go ahead and ask yourself, if I were to go ahead and do something, what would the end result look like, and write it on a piece of paper. In Amazon, it is called writing a narrative. Go ahead and write 2-3 pages saying, if this were to be done, how would the end result look like? And work backwards from there, which is where, once again, I go back. Please read that book, Working Backwards, especially at your age and your experience. If you read that book, it will be a life-changing for you. Okay. This is also something which is important, and you will all be getting into project work. I asked you 3rd and 4th year. I'm sure in your 4th year, you will all be getting into project work. And many a time it can come down to how big the team should be. Should it be just a 2-member team, 5-member team, 6-member team? In Amazon, we have this concept called 2 pizza teams. Basically, any team should not be bigger than what it cannot be fed by 2 pizzas. Usually, it comes to 5 to 6 people, 8 people. In Chennai, my office, there's a big this thing saying two paper dosa teams, because they want to convert from 2 pizza teams to 2 paper dosa. So it basically is 5-6 people, basically, right? That's actually good, because at that point of time, you can assign specific roles to people and work towards it. This is another thing, and I'll probably leave this as the ending point of my presentation. Learning from failures is very, very important. And once again, I go back. We were introduced as Amazon, this large company, which is like the river which keeps flowing, all great. But what you don't know is the number of failures that Amazon has had. And Jeff Bezos, and every time you actually get a weekend for about 15 minutes, you please listen to Jeff Bezos on YouTube. There are many videos of his. It can take away months and years of, if you're all planning to do MBA, I can trust, like 2 days of listening to Jeff Bezos gives you all the MBA knowledge that you want. He actually says something. If we are hiring very smart people and we are not allowing them to fail, then we don't get to innovate. When you see AWS is not AWS because somebody had a brilliant plan. AWS has thousands of failures with it. I don't know how many of you even know this thing. Did you know Amazon at one point of time had a phone? I'm sure many of you may not even know that, because it never really made it to the India market, at least. It was in the US market for some point of time, but it never made it to India market. But how many of you know what is Kindle? Right? Everyone knows. It's an e-book reader. How many of you know what is this Echo devices? How many of you know what is Alexa? Right? These came out of the failures of the Fire phone. So when something fails, you don't just give up and say it was failure. And I was telling your professors this. Anything fails, you need to make a note. What did you learn? What would you have done differently? And if you were given the opportunity again, how will you go about executing it? This becomes very important. This learning is more important than whatever education you do. The education that you get is foundation blocks. But these things are important as the next step, as the stepping stones. So overall, what I can say is, take the time to go ahead and learn. Learning can come from multiple places. These days, with 5G becoming available everywhere, and most of you having a phone, there is no dearth and shortage for learning. So go ahead and learn. The second thing, don't be afraid to fail. But when you are failing, fail in what is called as a MVP, which is minimum viable product. Like, it is the minimum thing you should do to know whether a product can succeed or not, right? That's what we do in companies. Similarly, you don't go and fail in a big way, but you actually say, okay, if I were to experiment 2 steps, what are those 2 steps and can I be successful over there? If it is not, then go back to drawing board and do it again. The third item, and this is something it came out, I don't have a slide for this, but your professor was saying, Praveen, why don't you tell the students what will make them successful in their careers? And I basically, this is the advice that I got a long time back from my boss, and even today he's a mentor. He said, Praveen, career growth is a pyramid. First comes delivery. A lot of delivery is the foundation layer. A lot of people think that delivery is the most important thing. You being good at your job or you being good at what you do is the minimum for success and career growth. It doesn't work saying, tomorrow you will all join companies and you will say, you know, what I am doing currently, I'm not very great at, but if I were to do that job, I'll actually be very good at it. It doesn't work that way. You have to be good at what you do. Now, you may like it, you may not like it, but you have to start becoming good at it. Because you know what? Over a 30, 35, 40-year career, not every time you will work on things which you like. You will have to work on things which the company wants, which your boss wants, which is important for the market, right? So delivery is the minimum. Then comes agility. What is agility? Tomorrow, if company were to give a role in some other country, will you be able to go? Not everyone can. I can understand that, but that doesn't mean your career will break. That is one of the things. Or tomorrow, if your company opens, say you are a technology person and you like technology, but the company opens a sales role and comes and tells you, I think you will be good over there. Can you go ahead and run this for 2 years? Are you agile enough to go and take that opportunity? That becomes important. Third comes network. You are all in college today and very soon you will all disperse into multiple companies, but you lose your network. You will basically engage with 5-10 people. You need to engage with at least 500 people. I told you, my boss who gave me this, he told me this 18 years back, but even now I am in touch with him. You need to have your network because growth comes out of network, not out of a LinkedIn job search. Then comes a sponsorship. What is sponsorship? You need to have a mentor or a leader who will guide you. Now, many a time it can be a family member. Many a time it can be your professor. Many a time it can be an industry person that you know. But have these 2-3 mentors and sponsors who can guide you. So you maintain this pyramid, and by the way, it's not like this pyramid holds good only for you and it doesn't hold good for me. It holds good for everyone. At any point of time, you need to have your delivery, you need to have your agility, you need to have your network, and you need to have your sponsor. You maintain this pyramid at any point of time, you will get into good opportunities for growth. After that, it is left to you to take that opportunity. So thank you. I just wanted to talk about some of these things. What does Amazon do? What does AWS do? If you are here thinking it's a technical presentation, sorry to disappoint, but I think it will happen over the next 2 days. But my suggestion and my request to you is read the Working Backwards book. If you want to know what is Amazon all about, read the Working Backwards book. And go through what is Amazon leadership principles. It is not just for Amazon people. It is something that has changed me as a person and as an individual. So thank you for giving me this opportunity. Really my pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful address. The insights you shared on SaaS products, customer experience, and agility and the like were invaluable. And I personally thank you for addressing our student community. Now, I'd like to pass on the mic to my AI co-host, Athena. She will tell you about our AWS Cloud Club at St. Joseph's.
Greetings. I am Athena, the AI host representing St. Joseph's. Wow. It's exhilarating to be in front of such a wonderful crowd. Allow me to share a few words about our illustrious Cloud Club. The AWS Cloud Club at St. Joseph's is a dynamic community dedicated to fostering a deep understanding of AWS Cloud. Through a diverse range of events conducted in both online and offline modes, we have successfully created an engaging platform for students to explore and delve into the world of AWS. We have 500 plus members in our club who attend the events both online and offline. Oh, by the way, Isaac, did you introduce our wonderful droid, Nephili, to the community?
Oh my, I'd almost forgotten about that.
How bad? How could you forget her?
Don't worry, Athena. I'll make sure to introduce her to them.
You better do write it now.
Sure thing, Athena.
Greetings.
Well, as she just said, feel free to chat with our beloved bot, Nephili, named after the Greek god of clouds, Nephili herself. She can answer your questions about the event or just have a general chat if you want. I'm sure she'll be more than happy to respond to your queries. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a tea break. Teas have been arranged at the outside, and I request you all to relax and recharge and prepare for the main event. And as you may know, the event is of 3 tracks: Gen AI, Secure Serverless, and Security. Gen AI track will take place here, and the serverless will take place at AV Hall 2, and the security track will take place at AV Hall 1. Thank you.
Yes, dear students, please be seated. Let the guests move on to the tea break. I request our students to be seated. Thank you.
I request all students to use this door over here, for your tea break is arranged over there. Thank you. I repeat, I request all students to use this door for your tea break. Thank you.
check, check. சும்மா தலை நல்லா கேக்குது.
Hello, check.
check, check.
We now request the participants of AIML track to kindly be seated here. AV1 and AV2 for the other tracks. I request the participants to kindly be seated. Make sure you utilize the front seats, except the first two rows.
Check, check, check.
Check, 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 check.
We would appreciate the crowd to kindly cooperate.
Hello.
Utilize the front seats, except for the first two rows.
Hello.
Don't stand, please do sit.
Check. Hello, check. Hello, mic check. Hello, mic check. Hello, mic check.
I request all the participants to please be seated.
Thanks for your cooperation. So we are starting with the session now. I request everyone to pay your attention.
The only limit to our realization of tomorrow will be our doubts of today. Greetings, fellow trailblazers. We are thrilled to have you join us as we venture into the exhilarating world of AI and ML innovation. Imagine a synergy of intelligence, where the graceful waltz of AI meets the vibrant rhythm of ML. Together they choreograph a dance of progress, spinning possibilities into reality. As we explore the prodigy of generative AI, ready your minds to be awakened. Let creativity be unbound as we dive into imagination's endless sea. Join us on this odyssey of transformation, where raw data is crafted into visionary solutions. The only limit to our realization of tomorrow will be our doubts of today. Greetings, fellow trailblazers. We are thrilled to have you join us as we venture into the exhilarating world of AI and ML innovation. Imagine a synergy of intelligence, where the graceful waltz of AI meets the vibrant rhythm of ML. Together they choreograph a dance of progress, spinning possibilities into reality. As we explore the prodigy of generative AI, ready your minds to be awakened. Let creativity be unbound as we dive into imagination's endless sea. Join us on this odyssey of transformation, where raw data is crafted into visionary solutions. The only limit to our realization of tomorrow will
Creativity is intelligence and having fun. I am absolutely delighted to introduce our first luminary speaker, Mr. Swarnavel Paramal, a technical accountant manager at AWS. His expertise glides effortlessly from mainframe to cloud, with mastery to analytics, security, and operations. As a true visionary leader, he initiated innovative mobile apps and spearheaded agile transformations, even winning the, uh, winning the Silver Award project execution at Infosys. Also joining us is Mr. Mahesh Babu, an AWS Senior Customer Solution Manager who brings 19 years of cloud architecture mastery. With stellar leadership in cloud migration and data analytics and unwavering focus on customer success, he is a healthcare domain wizard. Now, let us give a warm welcome to our esteemed speakers for the session on improving GenAI responses using RAG and Bedrock. Their insights promise our expand to horizons. Welcome, sir.
Hello, hello, mic check.
check, check. Hello.
have to move a little bit. Screen we have to move. All right, let's get going. I hope you guys are able to hear me well from the back. Okay, I think the screen has to be set up, but we don't want to lose time. I know we are already behind by almost 40 minutes. So good morning, everybody. I hope the tea break gave the necessary energy to sit through the session. I really liked the AI bot introducing us and introducing this session. It was actually setting the context for us, right? I'm really excited to be here in front of such an energetic crowd. It was actually taking me back to my college days. I had some nostalgia about my college days. In fact, my co-presenter Swarnavel, right? We come from the same college, incidentally, right? We were talking about our college days, right? So we are here to talk about one of the hot and happening topics, right? Gen AI, right? And how to improve and contextualize Gen AI responses using RAG and Bedrock, right? So before that, let me introduce myself. I am Magesh, Senior Customer Solutions Manager, and Swarnavel is here, Senior Technical Account Manager. So before we get started with the session, right, let's probably have a show of hands to see how many of you have heard of Amazon Bedrock. Okay, maybe less, okay, good, okay, around 10 to 15. How many of you have heard of RAG? Okay, yeah, around probably 10 to 15. Okay, so this session is definitely going to be a learning experience for you guys. It will definitely introduce and also be a level 100 to 200 level sessions, right? We will do some amount of deep dive. We will also show you a demo, right? We have a Power Pack demo. We are going to walk you through the Amazon Bedrock platform, show you how to integrate RAG and all of that, right? Great. So what do we have in the agenda today, right? So of course, we'll start with an overview to generative AI. We will also talk about foundation models, right? Of course, you all know that foundation models power generative AI, right? And foundation models are really powerful, but there is a need for customization of foundation models, right? So we'll try to understand why do we even have to customize foundation models in the first place, right? Then we will try to understand what RAG is. We will do a quick overview, and then like Praveen was talking earlier, right, as a true Amazonian principle, we will do a deep dive, try to understand RAG in detail, what RAG is, try to understand more in depth, right, what are all the different components of RAG, right, and why RAG is needed to improve the contextual responses, right. And of course, Amazon AWS solution, right, Amazon Bedrock and the knowledge bases. We are going to share overview and as well as a demo. So that's how the session is going to be. We will try to reserve the questions towards the end. So what is generative AI, right? So I don't need to introduce it much because I saw the video playing in front of you just before me, a generative AI bot, a video, right, which was introducing about the session, right? So generative AI, generative in quotes, right? Essentially, it is able to generate new content, right? And as college students, right, my daughter is a 7th grader, so I'll keep referring to this analogy. As students, we use Gen AI models very frequently, right? We can shamelessly understand and we can shamelessly agree to it that we use this for doing a lot of our assignments, right? Essays, right? I can see a lot of smiles on the face, so I know that you're all using it, right? And my daughter, even at 7th grade, uses that, right? So we'll try to go back to this analogy very frequently and why RAG and contextualization is very important, right? So generative AI is able to generate textual content. It's able to summarize. It's able to create videos like we saw. It can create very creative images, right? There's no limit to it, right? And they are powered by large language models, which are called as foundation models, right? We are going to see that in detail at a very high level. I know that there are a couple of generative AI sessions where you are also going to deep dive a little bit more on Gen AI, right? But considering that our focus is going to be on RAG, we will have limited information on Gen AI, how that works, right? So what is powering Gen AI, right? Gen AI is powered by foundation models, right? So Gen AI is a subset of machine learning and LLMs, large language models, right? Large language models are those machine learning models which have been pre-trained on billions of data, unlabeled data, right? probably, I can say, internet volume of data, right? They have been trained on a plethora of things, right? But there's a time limit to it. Say, for example, the models have been trained as of 2023 June, right? Let's say that, right? And it is able to learn complex concepts, right? Like the neural networks that we have in our brain, there is a simulation, artificial neural networks, which facilitates this, right? Through this, they are able to learn things faster. They are able to perform complex tasks, right? They can be applied on wide range of activities. Right? And you can also train them to do some specific tasks if needed. Right? So this is a pictorial representation of what I was talking about. There's huge amount of unlabeled data that goes in training a FM model, right? That's where you need horsepower, GPUs, right? NVIDIA and even Amazon has Trainium, Inferentia chips, which help in training this FM model. And it requires a lot of time, right, to train a model from the scratch, right? And unlike a ML model, which are actually custom made for specific tasks, right? Before all this Gen AI came in, right, we used to have models that will forecast your weather, right? There are models that will actually try to find duplicate transactions in a claim insurance, right? But now the FM models are able to do variety of tasks. A single FM can do it, right? It can do text generation, summarization. It can be also doing Q&A and chatbot, right? Chatbot took the world by storm, right? I know what you guys, I'm sure you are understanding what I'm talking about, right? So what are all the benefits of Gen AI, right? Of course, it can create a lot of new content. It can help improve the productivity, right? It can take undifferentiated workload off your back. You don't need to do the things that you have been doing repeatedly, right? Gen AI can do it for you, of course, right? It can give you insights, right? Think of a scenario where a doctor, a very famous surgeon, right, who's probably traveled from abroad to make a very complicated surgery. He doesn't have enough time, right? He needs probably somebody to summarize, right? That's what earlier being done by the assistants, right? The assistants can probably be helped by your insights that are being generated by your Gen AI models, right? And of course, creative content can be created, right? And as students, we all use Gen AI models very frequently to do our assignments, right? So that's also creative. So now that we know that Gen AI is being powered by FM models, right? And we know that they are super powerful, right? They have been trained on huge volume of data. Why do we even have to customize, right? You may be thinking, they are already being made for handling multiple of tasks. Why do you even have to customize, right? So now think of this use case, right? Let's say you are working for an organization, which is a financial services organization. Let's say you run a trading platform, right? Like Zerodha or Upstocks, right? I'm sure all of you are aware, right? At least the IPL ads brings this, make sure that all of us are aware, right? The Zerodha platform, right? Upstocks platform. Let's say one of the end user comes. Let's say you have a chatbot, right? A chatbot which is powered by a Gen AI model, right? And let's say the chatbot is not customized to handle specific queries, right? The end user asks, right? I have placed a trade on so-and-so stock in the morning, and then after a couple of hours, I placed one more order to order some more buy on this stock. Now, can you tell me, am I going to be charged twice on the brokerage, or it's going to be just once? So now, let's say that that Gen AI bot was not customized, right? Was not trained for your environment. What it is it going to do is, probably it's going to check its knowledge base, and it's going to give you an answer. It can even hallucinate, right? What is hallucination, right? You are pretending that you are knowing answer, and you may be giving a wrong answer also, possible, right? So it's important that when you are going to deploy a Gen AI function module, right, in a corporate environment, in an organization, in an enterprise, you need to make sure that the Gen AI model understands your domain-specific language, your domain-specific functions, and is also based on all the knowledge that you have gained over a period of time through the means of FAQs, through the means of SOPs, through the means of policies, processes, so that the question and answers that are going to be answered by those models are authentic, accurate, right? It should not be a generic response, right? So there's a difference between a generalist and a specialist, right? If you want to make the model to answer like a specialist, of course you have to customize. So there are multiple ways how you can customize a model, right? There are numerous methodologies, but I will highlight only the 4 common approaches for customizing the foundation models, right? The first one is prompt engineering, right? We'll go back to our analogy, right? To my 7th grading student, right? My daughter. So she had an assignment. She had to write an essay on socio-economic development on India. So she goes to this Gen AI foundation model and asks it to write an essay, right? All of us have done that. And it throws a very big essay, right? She just gives 100 words, 200 words. And then I read that, right? See that it is like somebody, a PhD grade guy has written it. Then my daughter asks, Appa, it doesn't look like how I have written. How do I do that, right? So that's where prompt engineering comes. You tell the model, write it like a 7th grader. And immediately the magic happens. The model understands that it's the 7th grader who is asking me to write it. So I will use simple English. I will use only those technical terms that are understandable by 7th grader, right? So it completely recurates its response. The generation of the response happens again based on the prompt provided. I'm making it too simple, but behind the scenes, so many things happen, right? So prompt engineering is the base customization model, and even our RAG is going to use that. That's why I'm giving this analogy, so that you all understand that, right? So there are multiple methods to do the prompt engineering: 0 shot, 1 shot, multiple shots, chain of thought, and that's a big topic for a day, and we are not going to get there, right? Just remember this analogy. It's very important. So then comes retrieval augmented generation, the topic of our day, right? RAG. So you may wonder why we need RAG. You already talked about prompt. Prompt can give you better responses. Why do we need RAG, right? So let's go back to our previous analogy of a trading platform, right? This organization has huge amount of FAQs, policies, processes that have been already built, right? And you want your model to respond based on the specific scenario the customer has asked for your organization and based on the policies that you have defined for your organization. You don't want the model to give a generic response, right? It won't be authentic. Of course, you want the model to answer it based on the specific scenario and based on the policies, processes that you have defined. So that's where RAG comes. The RAG is like you are exposing the foundational model to a specific knowledge base that you have built in your organization. It will retrieve that information that is relevant to it and then augment that using the prompt and then generate a response. Right? So we are going to deep dive so that you understand this concept fully. What are all the different elements to it? I'm just introducing it here. The next one comes, right? Fine-tuning. Fine-tuning is, again, it's going to, based on the graph that you're seeing here, right? Each of this requires the complexity increases, right? The amount of time, effort, cost involved in prompt engineering less. RAG is slightly more. Fine-tuning is even going to be costlier, right? You are going to retune the model based on additional parameterization, additional tokenization, so that it is able to understand your queries from the customers better, right? You are going to retrain it based on labeled data. Earlier, your foundation models was trained only based on unlabeled data. Now, when you retrain it, the data goes in and it's based on the labeled data, the system knows better, right? So the difference here is, until these two, right, prompt engineering and RAG, the data that we are feeding in through prompt is not getting into the foundation model. The data is still living outside the foundation model. Remember this, right? But the moment you are doing fine-tuning, and the last option, of course, right, training foundation model from the scratch, right? It is essentially like you are doing it from the bottoms up. It requires a lot of GPU power, horsepower, right? And it's going to be like completely spending a lot of time. You need your data scientist sit to this, train it, right? So that is where it comes. It's going to be very complex. It is really needed only you really have such a business use case. You don't have to go there if you don't have a business case. Between these three, you should be able to solve your business problems. Great. So what is retrieval augmented generation in detail, right? So there are 3 components to it: retrieval, augment, and generation, right? So what is retrieval? Like I talked about, you have a data source where you have a lot of knowledge about your particular business, your particular domain, and you want the model to be able to have access to that and retrieve the content, right? And this data source is external to the model, but internal to your organization, right? And you need to have a mechanism where it can go into the knowledge base temporarily, and you are able to retrieve the data that is relevant to the context of the question, right? So that's the retrieval part. Now coming to the augmentation, right? So this is where the prompt engineering is coming to the picture, right? You have to understand that prompt engineering is definitely needed even for you to do the RAG, right? So what you do is, once you have retrieved the relevant information, right? We ask this, the user asks this question: am I going to be charged twice the brokerage charges, right? The Zerodha example that we talked about, right? Am I going to be charged twice when I am making on the same script? For example, right, I am making a buy call on HDFC. I did one at 9:30, I did one more at 10:30. Is your platform going to be charged me twice, right? So for that, I need to go access the database, see the FAQ, what my FAQ says, and then I have to read that FAQ, attach that information. That is augmentation. That augmented information goes as a prompt in the user input, which is fed to the LLM model, the foundation model, right? And that foundation model obviously takes this additional information that is available as part of the prompt in addition to the question, right? The question is, am I going to be charged twice? And then we have retrieved content from your FAQ that is relevant to this, and that is augmented now. And it's going to go to your generation, and your LLM foundation model is going to now curate a customized, authentic response based on the information it has got from your source. So what are the different types of retrieval, right? So there are, again, three retrieval techniques. The first one is rule-based, which is like standard keyword, right? Again, let's go back to this another analogy where my 7th grader, right, has this comprehension in their English exams, right? All of us have gone through this. I don't know whether even still in colleges it's there. Probably in English it's there, right? In your first semester. We all have our comprehensions, right? You are given a big passage. The complexity of the passage increases as you grow up, right? Probably when you are in the first standard, the complexity of the passage is probably low, right? You read it, I also have the second daughter, right? First grader. So you read the word in the question, there's a keyword. The moment you see that keyword, you immediately go to the passage, look for the keyword, and next to that there is an answer. Right? That logic doesn't work when you become 7th grader or 10th grader, right? The complexity of the passage might increase, and it could also become a poem, right? The complexity increases. First, you have to understand the context. You have to understand the meaning, what the poet, what the writer is trying to communicate, right? You cannot just pick the keyword. You cannot pick the keyword and answer it. So if it is simple, you can pick the keyword. The next one is structured data. Structured data is about, you have a natural language query that is coming from the user. You have to convert that into a transactional SQL query. You go fetch the information, possible. But the thing that of interest is this semantic search, right? This is what makes RAG slightly complex, why we are going to deep dive a little bit, right? So I was talking about this comprehension where you have to understand the meaning, complexity of this passage, right? So that is what our LLMs are good in, right? Our LLMs, when they are given a natural language query, they can try to understand the meaning of it. They can understand how it is related to the other information that I have, right? So now we will try to deep dive and understand how this semantic search works. That is where embedding comes into play, right? So you need to make sure that the model understands what the user is asking, right? So there's a natural language question. So how can you convert that natural language question into a numerical form that is easily understandable, right? So there are embedding models, right? Like LLMs, there are embedding models that will help you to quickly understand how you can convert this into numerical numbers, right? So when the embedding model is trying to convert this into a numerical representations, it will try to place all the related words, related keywords, whatever it finds, in the related bucket. So the numbering is going to be very close by. See, New York and Paris, it knows that, okay, they are city names. Animal and horse, it knows that they are probably representation of animals, so it places them closer. And once it is converted, it is going to place it in the vector database. The vector database is available so that the model can go and search it. So there will be an indexing that will happen, and then the vector database will help you to retrieve it quickly. So by having these embeddings, you are able to retrieve the right information from your vector database. So we will see all of this when we see the demo, right? How embedding model is integrated, how a vector database is integrated, and how that helps in retrieving. So once you have the right information, right, go back to your Zerodha example, trading platform. Now, let's say your FAQ very clearly states that even if you have made 2 transactions on the day, same script, I will charge you only once, right? I don't know whether that's true. I'm just making it up, right? So don't hold me to it. So let's say if your FAQ for that platform says, okay, even if I place 2 trades on the same day on the buy call, right, it's going to charge only once, then that information is getting augmented, and that information is going to be curated to give you the right response. Right? So that's how these embeddings and vectors are helping you. Right? Now let's quickly see how RAG works overall. Right? So as I was saying, the retrieval and augmentation is the key here. So before you can do the retrieval, first you need to have a way to store the data, whatever that you have from your org repository in a vector database. So that is where this embedding model comes in. So if you see from right to left, you have a data store. It can be S3. It can be of different types of files. Right? It can be a textual file, CSV file, PDF file, whatever it is. It's broken down into chunks. Then there's an embedding model is involved. From Amazon, we have Titan as an embedding model. There is also a embedding model called Cohere Embed, which is also available for you to use in Bedrock. And there's a vector store, right? So we also have OpenSearch, access to OpenSearch, Pinecone, and all of this. So the embedded text is now put into vector store, and the vector store is which is going to be helpful for you to retrieve it. The retrieval query is going to be facilitated with this vector store. Right? So the moment the user asks this question, right, now try to visualize this in your mind, right? The user asks me the question, in the trading platform, am I going to be charged twice, right? So that text is converted into the same embedding model. Using the same embedding model, I'm going to convert that into a numerical form, right? These 2 embedding models have to be same so that they are related together and we are able to retrieve the answer correctly, right? So now when it is converted into the right embedding, and then this vector is being passed to the vector store, and we are doing a search. Once we have the vector search done against this vector store, right, it's extremely fast search. That's what this vector store are good at. You are able to retrieve that context. That context is now added to the user input. This is where the augmentation happens. So this is the retrieval part. This is the augmentation part. Once this augmented text is there, then it goes to your large language model, right, which is your foundation model of the whole thing, and then it curates the response. So this is GenAI in action, the key slide, guys. Okay, so now the challenge here is, we talked about so many things, embeddings, vector search, right, and then augmenting the response, right? You need different models to do it. You should be able to how to code all of this, how to integrate all of this, right? So of course there are open source tools like LangChain that are available, the framework like LangChain are available, but definitely it involves some amount of coding, integration, scaling, all of that. How can we simplify that, right? So that's where we introduced knowledge bases for Amazon Bedrock during the reInvent announcement, right, in November. So Amazon Bedrock was already launched last year around September time frame. So Amazon Bedrock is the easiest way to build and scale GenAI applications, right? It gives you a lot of LLMs available, and it provides all the foundation models, gives you flexibility and choice, right? We extended the functionality of RAG using knowledge bases. So you are able to completely integrate all this flow simply through the knowledge base feature. You can securely connect the model, the data that you are going to add to the knowledge base doesn't go into the model, so you can be assured that the FM model doesn't take this data back, right? And the most important thing is provide source attribution. What does this mean? Citation, right? Say, for example, when we are actually retrieving the data, where did you get this data from? There has to be a authentic way to find that information, right? The model should not hallucinate. So that is what we are trying to address through this, right? We'll see this in action, of course. So now with Bedrock, the whole flow is going to be simplified. I know we are running on time, so I'll try to quickly pass through so that we see this in demo. So now there is a console flow available for you to provide all this information where you can say where the data source is, what is your document chunking strategy, which model you want to use. There are 2 models now. So things happen so fast in Amazon. From the time I put together this slide and after this, there have been additional models. In addition to Amazon Titan, we have Cohere Embed also. And then there are vector stores, the options that I mentioned. All that at just click of the button, you will be able to set up this knowledge base very quickly. Right? So once you have done this, the entire activity of integrating this is taken off your back and simplified. It's completely abstracted to you. All that you have to do is just define. This can be done through console as well as through the API calls. We'll see both of them in action during the demo. Now, in order for us to do this through the APIs, we provide two APIs. One is called Retriever and Generate API, where the entire functionality is abstracted. Right, so you can use the models that are already integrated with Bedrock. Right, the embedding models are just Embed and as well as Titan. And the LLM currently integrated is the Claude models, right? So you will have this API integrated through this and you can get response. The other way is, let's say you want to have more control. You want to use some other LLMs for the generation aspect, right? You can, of course, use that. You can just retrieve the data using the models that are, the embedding models that are available. From then on, you will have to do this through LangChain or other means to augment the prompt and then use the LLM of your choice to generate the response, right? So there are two ways available. One is retrieve and generate, which will do the entire flow for you. The other one is just retrieve API. Right? Great. So now let's move on to the most interesting part of the session. Right? I'll hand over to Swarnavel to do the demo.
Hello, mic check, mic check. Hi, folks. Let's get started with the demo. Before that, I would like to thank Magesh for walking through all the concepts. I hope a lot of you will be having an understanding on how a basic Bedrock and LLMs and RAG works, right? How many of you have already worked with Bedrock? I know that a few of you raised your hands when he asked the question like, how many of you heard about Bedrock? Have you worked in Bedrock? Have you worked in RAG? Okay. At least a couple of folks have worked on it. Okay, others don't have to worry about it because in this demo, we will try the best to make sure that you understand the basic concepts of how to use the Bedrock and how you can make use of that RAG in Bedrock. Okay. So before we get started, I would like to know, like, have you guys got a AWS account? If not, you can easily create it. It is available for free tier also. So in order to try all these things on your own, you should have a valid AWS account ID, and you should also make sure that your account is enabled for FM access. So FM is nothing but foundational models. Okay, I will show you how. So just to go to AWS console, and you can simply type Amazon Bedrock. I'm not sure if it is completely visible. So on the left-hand side, you can see that it is Amazon Bedrock, right? So this is how that UI looks like. And if you go all the way to the bottom, you will be able to see something called as model access. So if you click on that model access, you will be able to see all the models, foundation models that are available in Bedrock. So as you can see, I have enabled my own account ID for all the foundation models. Okay. So if you want to try all these things on your own, you should enable all these things, or at least to the models which you wanted to try. Okay. In order to show the real power of RAG, what we will do is first, we will pick a sample question, like a simple question like what is Amazon doing in the field of generative AI, and then we will feed this question as an input to a foundation model. So the foundation model, what we have selected here is Claude. It is kind of hidden over here. Claude Instant version 1.2. That is a model which we are going to try. Okay. So I am going to copy this question, and I will straight away go to Bedrock. So if you want to try out the foundation model, you can straight away go to this playground chat. It is on the left-hand side. To go here, you will be prompted to select the model. So I am going to select the model as Anthropic Claude Instant. Okay. If you hit apply, that's it. Leave everything to default, and then just type in. Let's see how the model responds. Okay. So as you can see, it is able to understand the question. It is able to understand the question, and it is giving some response. But if you are closely following what AWS and Amazon is doing, this is not the latest one, right? That is where we need to think about RAG. So as Magesh has explained, RAG is a process of adding more knowledge to the foundation model. But we will not be touching the foundation model. Okay? So that is a concept behind it. And we will see how it can be done. Okay? Let me show you this slide. Okay? We will flip back and forth. This is the slide which we have seen in the presentation also. So as you can see, RAG is a two-step process. In the first step, we will have to focus on ingesting the data. We will have to create the knowledge base, and we will have to ingest data into it from your own data sources. And once it is done, we can just forward the user query to this foundation, that is to this knowledge base, and whatever context we are going to get, that will be augmented along with prompt, and then it will be fed as an input to the large language model. And then the response will be much more accurate. Okay? So that is how we are going to do. We will see that in action. So in the first part, we are going to ingest the documents. So right now we will be supporting only S3 as the data source. So if you have got data sources in multiple databases, ensure that all the documents or artifacts are available in S3. Okay? So I will just open up that S3 bucket, and I have uploaded a couple of documents here. Okay? So as you can see, these are just publicly available documents, which are actually the Amazon shareholder letters. Okay? Once you have uploaded all the documents, next comes document chunking strategy. Okay? So for that, what we need to do is, we will have to go to Bedrock and create the knowledge base. Go to knowledge base and click on create knowledge base. We can give it a name, and then we can use one existing role, or you can create a new role. So I think you would have heard about IAM roles. So if you are using your own role, just make sure that it has got access to access your S3 bucket, invoke the model, and also access to the vector database. I'm leaving it to default. I will go to the next page. Here it is asking me to provide the data source. If you recollect, it supports only S3. So we need to provide the S3 URI as it is shown over here. I will just enter some dummy value. And then this is one important thing. Okay? So if you see this one, document chunking strategy is the next step, right? So you can leave it to default, or you can select your own chunking strategy. So you can see like what are the ranges that are supported for Titan and also Cohere. Okay, so let's leave it. And you have the choice of selecting one of these three embedding models. So I will just select Titan embeddings. So we are at this step, okay? Embeddings model. The role of the embeddings model is to convert that text document into numerical vector representations. And this is the most important step, okay? This is where we are going to create the actual vector store, which is the vector database. So right now, if you have already created your own vector store, you can select it. Right now we are supporting OpenSearch Serverless, Aurora Postgres, Pinecone, and Redis. Okay? Or if you want to make it very easy, just choose that quick create. So what it does is Bedrock will take care of creating that vector store without any intervention. Okay? Just leave it and go to the next page, review everything, and click on create knowledge base. That's it. It will take care of ingesting the complete documents and create a vector store. It will take a couple of minutes, so we are not going to spend time on it. Instead, I will show like how a fully created model knowledge base will look like. Okay. Once it is created, the status will change into ready. And if you open it, you will be able to see like a knowledge base ID, status, and other things. And now we are ready to test. Okay. Before testing, just make sure that you are doing the sync. So by doing sync, what we are doing is we are making sure that the latest contents from the actual data source is refreshed onto our knowledge base. Okay. I have already done that, so I am not going to do it. And now we can test the model on the right hand side. Okay. This is the actual RAG. So what we are going to do is we are going to cover the top flow. We are not going to do anything else. Okay. So I am going to select the model as the same Claude instant. and then I'm going to feed this as an input. So let's see how the model is going to respond now. So if you recollect, the difference is now we are using that retrieve and augmentation, retrieve augmented generation. Okay. Earlier it was just a raw model which was responding to our prompts. So if you are interested in just retrieving the contents, you can turn off this particular flag. It will give you the raw text. Okay. Yeah. Now it has produced the output. So as you can see, now the response is much more contextual, and it is updated with the latest information, right? So that is the power of it. So we have not done much of coding work, right? In fact, zero coding work. And everything is done at the back end by Amazon Bedrock and knowledge base. And not only that, you can also do everything programmatically, okay? So for that, you can go to this GitHub repository. We will give the link in the end of the presentation. So it has got all the samples, okay? I will do a quick walkthrough of the first two notebooks, okay? And these notebooks can be executed in your local laptop or also in SageMaker Studio, okay? I will show you how to do it in SageMaker Studio. So if you go to SageMaker, there will be an option of Studio, okay? Just click on it, open Studio. You will be prompted with this page. Click on Jupyter Lab and open the Jupyter Lab. You will be able to see this panel, okay? Since it is going to be a GitHub repository, we have the option of cloning it. You can clone the entire repo, and once it is cloned, you will be able to see the entire contents over here, okay? And then it is just a cakewalk. You can simply click on run each and every cell, and it will be giving you that results in a ready-made fashion, okay? So in this first notebook, we are going to see like how this retrieve and generate API will work, okay? So just ensure that you got the latest Boto 3 and everything installed, okay? You will be getting a couple of errors like this, but it doesn't matter. You can ignore it. And you need to have two client objects, okay? One for invoking the model, which is a Bedrock runtime, and another one for calling the retrieve and generate API. So this client is actually Bedrock agent runtime, okay? Then you need to feed some of the model parameters like model ID, region ID, and knowledge base ID. These can be got from this knowledge base UI, okay? So this knowledge base ID is available on the right hand side, and the region name will be available on the top right. You are able to see Oregon, right? Oregon is nothing but US West 2. And that's the reason we are able to see all these things. And then you will have to define that API. You don't have to worry about the syntax. Everything is properly documented in our public documentation. And simply you can execute everything. And this is where we are feeding the same input. Whatever we have typed in the UI, we are feeding the same input to this model. And we can see that here also we are almost getting the same output. So we are able to see it, right? We are able to see the same output. So it is as simple as that. If you want to get the citation, you can also do the citation as well. And it will be telling you like what are the document sources it has referred and what is the exact paragraph that is referred by this particular model, okay? So one key call out here is this retrieve and generate API supports only Claude 1.2, sorry, Claude version 2, 2.1 and Claude Instant. Only these three are supported. So in case if you are interested in invoking some other foundation model like Meta or some other model, you will have to use some other technique which is given in second notebook. So in this second notebook, what we are doing is we are separating out retrieval part and generation part, okay? Retrieval part will be handled by this retrieve API. So if you recollect, in the first one, everything is done by a single API call, which is retrieve and generate API. Whereas in this option, it is retrieve separately. And for generation, we will be depending on LangChain, okay? LangChain is a framework for building GenAI applications. So we are just using the same thing as before, and it just differs in two steps. So while calling that actual model, we are going to make use of the Bedrock model through LangChain, okay? So if you can see on the top side, langchain.llm.bedrock. So that library is needed for invoking this. Apart from that, you can simply execute everything. If you want to augment it via prompt, you can give the prompt template wherein you can give specific instructions, and then you can get the final output. Okay, this is how it does. You can also try out the other two notebooks, which is the third notebook and the fourth notebook. In the third notebook, everything is going to be the same. It is just that while generating the response, we are going to use some other API. So that is called as retrieval QA chain. So that will be used for building chatbot-like applications. Okay, and in the last notebook, exactly the same as before. It is just that we are going to show you how you can evaluate the models using llama index. Okay, evaluation is nothing but you can find out like how the model is reacting, if it is hallucinating or if it is giving the correct response. All these things you can understand by evaluating the accuracy of the model. Okay, so that concludes our complete demo. And before we can wind up, we just wanted to show you a quick quiz, just to see like whether you have got the gist of it. Okay, can you understand what models are supported by this retrieve and generate API? If you have listened it carefully, you can easily answer. I specifically called out. Any guesses? B, okay. Any other answers? C? B and C? A, B, C? Okay, okay. I think that person has listened carefully. Thank you. And let's go to the next question. Okay, which of the following is needed to invoke a knowledge base? Knowledge base, Aaron? I in fact highlighted it. Who said? Okay, good job. That's the right answer. Yeah. And the last question, which of the following can function as a vector store? Here also I specifically called out. Pinecone. Sorry? Redis? Anything else? So recollect, I said that you can also use your existing databases. And I expanded that panel. You saw 4 options. Okay. Okay, nice guess. Actually, it is all of the above. Okay. Because we wanted to know like whether you have listened it carefully or not. Yeah, you have done a good job. So hats off to that. I hope we are able to cover the basics of how to use Bedrock and how we can make use of these knowledge bases so that it will be useful for you to create your own GenAI applications. Okay. So yeah, that's it. And we just wanted to get your feedback. You can quickly take 1 minute and give a feedback. And after this page, we will be giving you that link. It will take you to the GitHub samples. Okay, I was showing you that GitHub samples, right? So that is something which we will be updating it very regularly. You can always keep a close watch on it, and you can try out everything on its own. Okay. Okay. Thank you, folks. Yeah, you can take a note of these resources. This will have this GitHub link, the knowledge bases for knowledge, Amazon Bedrock. Yeah. 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 OpenSearch serverless. It will be easy for you. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, okay. Okay, okay.
Check. Check.
Yeah, actually, it actually depends on a case-by-case basis only. We cannot generalize it. The reason why we have left it to default chunking strategy is
What is default chunking strategy?
300 tokens.
Acha, 300 tokens, okay.
So that is a default chunking strategy. And if you look at the vector databases, the default one is OpenSearch serverless. So if you go to OpenSearch, you will be able to see that index and everything.
I get it. I just wanted if there was any justification.
Oh, nothing like that. In Postgres, they will be already having the data in their own database, right? For example, Aurora.
Okay, I'll put where I came from. Like we were doing Aurora as an example, and we went with Milvus. We went with Chromium. Like we try to see what is best for us.
Okay.
From infra to the server cost and all. So if there was any that analytics that would give us better insights, that was the reason I threw this question.
Okay, okay. Yeah, there is no specific reason. It all depends upon like what the user prefers.
Oh, okay.
So basically, there's another platform for the similar RAG creation. So I don't know myself another platform than your own product. So what are the other things like you offer? Like, is there any hosting services for your RAG models? Like hosting the data model in a cloud for easy API retrieval, or should I host the model in separate database? Like let's take an Azure cloud or any other cloud services. Is there any standalone features for the specific RAG models that we are building using your own platform? Because I'm building my own RAG model using another platform known as Mind Studio. So they themselves use their own hosting services from different cloud services. So I just need to pay the same amount I am paying for the AWS, and then they have a less learning curve than your model. Actually, I guess there's some complexity in your learning curve. But in terms of Mind Studio, it's very basic and it's very simple to prompt engineer and other stuff like what you have explained right now. So I'm thinking like the learning curve is very much complex in your product. So is there any future possibility like to make it even user friendly and any other features that you would be providing in future?
Maybe once the session is over, can you let us know like what are the complexities you are facing?
So,
because
sir,
we got a feedback that that knowledge-based UI, that is actually abstracting a lot of functionalities, right? Just with one single API.
Okay.
Though it is supporting only Claude Instant and Claude.
Yes, sir.
We
Actually,
will be adding more.
No. Yeah, that's what I'm getting your point. But the platform I'm using is as a more database like from the Facebook. There's a Llama 2 70B, which is a latest version that is more clever than ChatGPT 4.
Okay.
Up to my knowledge. So is there any future possibility for integrating those kind of things into your platform?
So right now we are supporting only Claude, yeah.
So, but for the starters, you are only supporting cloud data, like cloud model, right? Oh, fine. Okay, thank you.
Check.
Yes, sir.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Myself, Saravanan. Actually, it is a nice introduction to RAG. So, recently, Amazon launched the Bedrock. So, you, sir. During that time, they also launched a playing tool called Party Rock. Right. So, can you give throw some light to that so that the people here can come to know that? How we can utilize that to learn Bedrock in better way by using Party Rock?
Yeah, so the Party Rock is the recent launch that was probably done 1.5 months back, just before the reInvent, right around the time, right around in February. So that was a GenAI platform where you can actually give natural language processing inputs to create new apps. In fact, you might have seen a lot of demos where people were able to create a simple e-commerce app using the Party Rock. And in fact, there were hackathons also. In fact, our Andy Jassy and Adam Selipsky, in fact, they announced some of the hackathons where the users were asked to post any of the interesting apps that they created. So PartyRack platform is a very simple platform, managed platform, where you give natural language processing inputs to create a request for any apps, right? Many people have created. I saw some of the students who had created library management solutions, right? So you can go and check that. It's a free solution available. Just give instructions. It will create an app for you.
So, as my understanding, that is not focused on RAG part, right? That is a way to build a FM model.
No, it's a way to build a simple application, nothing to do with the FM. So it is already supported by a FM in the backend. Okay, like the way you are creating content. Say, for example, you have stable diffusion models to create images. You give a prompt, it creates an image, right? Like that, PartyRocks allows you to create simple applications.
Okay, sir, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I know we are getting repeated information that we are actually running over, but thank you. I really like the questions. Thank you. Engaging crowd.
Thank you for the insightful talk, sir. Now, I request Mr. Senthil Kumar B to felicitate Mr. Mahesh Babu, sir. Now, I request Ms. Dolly Jinu ma'am to felicitate Mr. Swarnavel Perumal, sir. Live to express, not to impress. It's my distinct honor to present our next groundbreaking speaker, Ms. Jen Looper, Head of Academic Advocacy at Amazon Web Services. With her profound technical prowess, Ms. Jen Looper is set to elevate our understanding to unmatched heights. With a global team, she supports educators and students in utilizing Amazon Web Services for future building initiatives. Let's eagerly welcome our speaker to enlighten on ethics in AI. Her wisdom promises to broaden our minds.
Is this mic on? Everything's good? Can you hear me? So there's a lot of chitter chatter in this room. So I think it would be awesome if we could all do some box breathing. Do you know box breathing? I'm in India, we should do box breathing. So if you take a breath in and hold it, and then out, so we'll just do in and out. Everybody ready to learn? Awesome, okay, great. If it's okay, I'll just stay right here, and hopefully you can all hear me in the back. I do a lot of presentations worldwide. I think you're too close. Yeah. I do a lot of presentations worldwide, but I have the speaker voice that absolutely no one can ever hear. So it's one of those, not superpowers on my part. But anyway, so I'm so grateful to be here speaking to you today. Cloud Clubs is my idea. So it's such a privilege. I get emotional. This is the third event I've done in India. And it's just, you know, the bar keeps being raised and higher and higher. And, you know, when I stepped out of the bus and I saw the mandala on the ground, I think you called a mandala, it was just beautiful. I loved it. So I'll try not to get too much feedback. Okay, so are we ready to talk about ethics in AI? I'll try to make it interesting. It's kind of a dry topic, but let's see what we can do. So this is a talk about ethics in AI, and I come at this from a humanist's perspective. Anybody here know what I'm talking about when I'm talking about a humanist's perspective? Chitter chatter in the back? When I say the word humanist, what am I talking about? Just somebody yell it out. Centering the human experience into what we're building, into what we're creating. I come from a humanities background, actually, so I'll give another talk today about my background, which is a little bit different. Is that good? Okay. I'm not coming at you from a CS background. I'm coming at you as a French teacher. So that's my personal background, and I'm really interested in always infusing that human experience into what we're building. So my name's Jen Looper. I'm the head of academic advocacy at AWS, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be here because in India is a place where you can experience deep humanistic culture. This is not Disneyland, right? This is India. This is serious business. I love it. I love it 100%. So yes, my name is Jen. I work at AWS. I've been there almost 2 years. AWS is the home of cloud clubs and the home of our fabulous user group program. We have heroes. We have community builders. Anyone here a community builder? I'm looking for my CBs. Are you a CB? Okay, cool. We got one CB here. So we got the whole, spectrum represented here. I'm also an author, and the audio's not coming through. You want me to try the handheld? Is this better? Should I start over? I won't start over. But anyway, yes, I'm an author. Try a speaker mic? Let's do it. Yes. Okay, can you hear me? This seems very slow. Is this better? No? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Test, 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 test. Test, test, test. Okay. I have a really funny story about being mic'd up in France. I was at a conference in France. This is a very inappropriate story, but I was giving a talk, and it was sort of retro 1960s style fashion. So I had one of those 1960s dresses, really tight. There's no way to put a mic on, so the guy had to unzip all the way down. It was what we do for the profession. So that's great. Anyway, yes, I was just telling you that I am an author. So I have 2 books. I'm going to give them away over the next 2 days. This one is called Computer Science for Kids. It's designed for ages 11 through 13. It's aligned to Computer Science Teachers Association standards. So it really walks through things like security, compliance for the 11-year-olds, right? So they love it. But it's all project-based, so lots of really cool activities for kids to do. If anyone's teaching kids, I'll prioritize you in the giveaway. So that's the first one. And then the second one is the Illustrated AWS Cloud. So I'm a visual learner, someone who really loves art, music, literature. So I worked with an illustrator, and it's all little illustrations to kind of help people understand the cloud in a fun and friendly way. And so I'm going to give this one away to the person who wins the Party Rock competition. So we were just talking about Party Rock. There's a competition happening right now. I've seen a couple of submissions, so we're going to judge those. I'll give this away to the winner. And I don't know if you know, but there's a Party Rock hackathon happening right now. It's on DevPost, so if you go to DevPost, it's right there. There's like $120,000 in prize money. It's a huge amount of prize money. So I suggest you enter that contest. Okay. So yes, I am head of academic advocacy. Cloud Clubs is my baby. Been writing textbooks, doing a lot of cool learning activities. I've been a developer for 23 years, and the last 7 years have been as a developer advocate. Anybody know the difference? Developer advocacy? We're the ones who go talk to developers, and we're kind of talk about all this interesting technical topics in a cool way that everyone can access and can understand. I also have 2 kids, 2 older daughters. They're all out of the house, so I get to travel the world and wear sari in India and check that off my bucket list. That's awesome. And I'm a humanist. This image was done with AI. I don't know if you can tell. It looks nothing like. My daughter saw it and said, you know, Mommy, that's not you. What is going on? And the other thing is that it had like 6 fingers. You know how AI can't do hands? So there's like all these extra fingers. It's beautiful. But the other one I just took in Amber Fort in Rajasthan, in Jaipur. So we had really a lot of fun. And it was great. Okay, let's get down to business. So today I'm going to talk about 6 things. We're going to talk about the road to generative AI, and kind of the steps that have been taken over the past few years to get where we are now, which is a completely new industrial revolution, right? I also want to talk about the special case of education. Education is having a lot of difficulties right now. You know, educators are trying to understand how to cope, how to use these topics, and students are trying to understand as well how to situate themselves within a world heavily defined by generative AI. I want to talk about some of the major issues that I'm seeing as an educator, and also from the perspective of a student and a humanist. I want to talk a little bit about AI ethics frameworks, give you a little bit different perspective, and go back to what history teaches us. Okay, you ready? Let's go. Okay, the road to generative AI. So, what is generative AI? We just taught a really interesting deep dive into it. I'll take you back up to the top, right? And I'll just be boring and read this out loud. So generative AI is a type of artificial intelligence that can create novel content and ideas, including conversations, stories, images, videos, and music. Like all artificial intelligence, generative AI is powered by machine learning models, very, very large models, that are pre-trained on vast amounts of data and commonly referred to as foundation models. So some of you are wondering why we named this product Bedrock, because Bedrock is the foundation where we put all the foundation models on top of it. So that is the general idea of what generative AI is. But it's not like it feels like it just appeared yesterday, right? It feels like, oh my gosh, ChatGPT just jumped at us and changed everything. But in point of fact, humans have been experimenting with quantifying language for really a long time. And decades ago, we started to look at the relationship between words in a statistical way, trying to figure out how this word relates to that word. And these are called word embeddings, and that's the statistical relationship between words. And these are numbers that we associate with words that map where they live in this multi-dimensional space in relationship to other words. So here's an example of this multi-dimensional space. So we have some words here. We have things like animals and dogs and cats. We have drive, and then there's T down here, and then we have traffic and vehicle, car, bus, and driver. So we have created this multi-dimensional space, and we're trying to figure out statistically what's the likelihood for this word to be associated to the next word. And what we've figured out, over the past several years, is that, 2 words statistically might relate a little closer to each other, like cat and dog and animal. But when we're talking about car and bus and driver, that's somewhere else. That's in a different area in this multidimensional space. And we can make these connections between words in this word embedding space. And we have a family of algorithms to do that. And those are called word2vec. So that's been actually around for quite a long time. It's not like this was just created yesterday, but although it feels like it. And they're used to take many documents together and break up the words, which is called tokenizing. So we're breaking up these words into pieces and figuring out the relationships between these words, and then building language models based on the statistical likelihood for this word to be next to that word and the other word next to the other word. So these algorithms all feed into the many useful things provided to us by the field called natural language processing, NLP. Anybody working in an NLP space? It's really interesting. It's really interesting when you take non-English models, right? Anybody working on a Hindi NLP model? Because I bet you there's some great stuff happening. I'm really interested in Old French. That's what my major was in, 13th century French. But that language is completely not standard because it was derived from Latin. And basically, it was people mispronouncing Latin in the French area. So it's really interesting to try to create a word model on ancient languages. But anyway, so using NLP, you can summarize blog posts into just a paragraph. You can create a Q&A bot. You can analyze the sentiment of a database of hotels to see which one has the best reviews. That's useful. And then you can create tools that can help analyze speech and written words so that something like Alexa can understand you. You could also create an itinerary for yourself on the top things to do between Jaipur and Agra and getting to Chennai. In 2017, there was a really important moment, and that was a paper which appeared called Attention is All You Need. Some people say that this is the most important paper in this field. It came out at the University of Toronto, and it introduced the concept of transformers. So transformers, we all have this idea of what those are. But in this context, the transformer architecture built models based on attention, right? A mechanism that enables the model to learn context from the preceding words and parameters. And I think you talked about this concept of context in your talk just before this one. So this concept of attention enabled models to scale the understanding of relationships between words efficiently using parallel computing. So you can see this is a moment where we've got really a ton of data, really powerful computers, and this is all converging together with some powerful algorithms and some new technology using transformers to create a moment that we're experiencing right now. And it opened the door to much more accurately predicted text. Now, to be accurate, these models have to be trained on a lot of data. And the Bloom model has 176 billion with a B parameters, and they're just getting bigger. So we call them LLMs, large language models. They're enormous. However, because these are statistical models, they do have this bad habit of hallucinating. I wonder if anyone here has been working with ChatGPT and got into this weird situation where it was hallucinating just wildly. Any stories you want to tell? So I'm an old French teacher, right? So I always want to see, how far can we push this thing to see if we can make it hallucinate? And I made it hallucinate. I prompted it with a misspelling of an infinitive. I asked it to give me a conjugation of the verb chuchoter, which means to whisper, with 2 T's, bad mistake, right, terrible mistake. And it just gave me this completely hallucinated conjugation of the verb. It just gave me all the wrong answers, and it was so confident. It was supremely confident of itself. So you got, God bless ChatGPT. It just is, it's so confident. And then you ask it, are you sure? And it just doubles down, right? It's like, yes, I'm absolutely sure. And then you can kind of force it to come back to reality. So it hallucinates, it doubles down, and it has no backbone, right? It just keeps going and does anything you tell it to do. So why do LLMs hallucinate? Because they're probability-based creation. They're fed huge quantities of public data. but their output is only as accurate as their input. So if I'm a credentialed French teacher and I'm feeding it purposefully bad data, here's me, jacking up the LLM. So the quote is, hallucination was shown to be a statistically inevitable byproduct of any imperfect generative model that is trained to maximize training likelihood. And the problem is, for me, that ChatGPT is, I think it was trained in California. Anybody been to California? They're so polite. They're just like, they just agree with everything. In Boston, I'm from Boston, we're like, no. Go back to where you came from. We have this like strong Boston accent, no way. But Californians are awesome. They're just lovely, and they agree with everything. So that's ChatGPT. But here we are in this moment, right? There's this website called There's an AI for That. Last time I took this screenshot, in the fall of 2023, there's over 7,000 apps to help you figure out, your generative AI output. There's really no end in sight. So anyone who's looking to do a startup in Gen AI, get yourself on this thing, see what, just check to see that your idea hasn't already been taken. That's my suggestion. It's a gold rush, right? And it's really prevalent in educational contexts. Here we are in an educational context, right? And it's the epicenter of questions that we have about generative AI. So let's talk about what this means for education. I'm an educator. I'll tell you, when we first opened the Cloud Club Captain cohort, guess how much ChatGPT I saw in those applications? I hit the ceiling. I was so mad because it was really unlucky. We launched the cohort, I think spring of 2023, and then that was when ChatGPT was really taking off, and it was crazy. So we had to pivot and introduce a video component. So you guys all benefited from me hitting the ceiling. It's like, what is going on here? This is terrible. In fact, people were saying, I want to be a Cloud Club captain because I am an LLM model, and we decide that we like to steer boats. It was going off into this hallucination about steering boats. I was so mad. So anyway. But in education, these AI helpers are great and terrible at the same time. It's really interesting. I wonder, how many faculty do we have here who are sitting here like, and the students are like, yes, let's go. But I think that the thing about generative AI is that it really has impacted the education sector almost more than anyone else. Because the education sector, it kind of moves slowly, and they think in terms of semesters or years or decades. They're not thinking about like tomorrow, which is the way this field is moving. It's very, very slow moving, and they just can't adapt. So I want to talk about the situation at education, and maybe you're sitting here saying, I'm not a teacher, I don't really care, but your students, your learners, and eventually you'll become a developer, and you'll be mentoring people who are coming up in your system who have been in this world of Gen AI and have kind of been using it and ingesting these models. So you're going to have to train these kids coming up, so this is you in the future having to cope. And then the faculty here are also dealing with this. So education has been impacted from K-12 all the way to adult. And really it impacts all the ways that we build a relationship with anyone who wants to learn from us, right? I admit that when I do LinkedIn blog posts about the cloud clubs, I built a Party Rock app. I put in one sentence about what I want to say. Guess what it does? It creates a LinkedIn post, a Twitter post, and I've made mistakes, actually, because I didn't edit it carefully enough. So I admit, guilty as charged. So anyway, let's talk about this. There's some interesting statistics. 89% of students have admitted to using ChatGPT. I just made that 90% because it's me. Students are using these bots all the time. I'm sure everyone here is using them. And it's really funny because you can see in the summertime in the US, the usage dips down because the students are on vacation, and it goes shoom in the fall. It goes right back up. Here's a quote from a student at Columbia University. This is a pretty decent school in New York City. Writing is no longer much of an example in thinking. Oh my gosh, that's terrible, right? If not writing, then what? Are we going to dance like TikTok dancing? Is that the next expression? I don't know. But a lot of faculty are trying to ban these tools, just blanket bans. That's not working. Some students are not comfortable with it either. They don't like the fact that they put in the work, but their colleagues, next door down are just like using ChatGPT. So some students don't like it. And I think it's really unfortunate that every school and department is creating their own policy. So I work at Boston University Metropolitan College. It's the extension school. And the CS program created their own policy. They never shared it with the English department. It's just like, ugh, we need to collaborate a little bit better. And admissions departments have not evolved at all. I find this so shocking. So they're the ones who are going to be in an interesting place in a few years. So what can we look forward to in the future? Right now, it's the Wild West. It's crazy out there. Education professionals are crying out for some kind of understanding about how to talk about how to use these tools ethically. So here's that word, ethics. So let's talk about some of the major issues that we're encountering. Anyone know, this is hard to see, but Timnit Gebru, she's a researcher. She was at Google for a while, and she was let go, and it was a big scandal. But she was basically a whistleblower for seeing what was going on, who were involved in training these models, and where we're going with this. Some researchers have suggested that we're reaching AGI, right, which is, artificial general intelligence, and the bots are going to take over. I don't know about that. But it does make me wonder when OpenAI, they're the ones who built ChatGPT, they call what they're building an existential threat to humanity. I'm like, well, then why are you building it, you guys? But anyway, that's just my perspective. But I think it's interesting that they're building interfaces that are so credible and so engaging and so convincing, and kind of we get roped in. And my major concern is that we're going to turn to AI first, and then we're going to consider writing something afterwards. And I think it's such a mental shortcut that it's very, very tempting. So I just want to encourage folks to just be aware of your impulse, to immediately jump into ChatGPT or whatever tool you use, and think about, how you're using this thing. But I want to focus now on 3 basic aspects of building and using a generative AI model, and some of the ethical considerations of how we're doing these things. First, how we train it. Second, the data we feed it. And third, how you use the model. Okay, so let's talk about those 3. So training an LLM takes really a lot of energy. I really don't think we're talking about this enough. So, and then there's this idea that we detox these models as well. So detoxing is, we're training models by scraping a huge amount of everything from the internet. That can be terrible stuff, really dangerous, biased stuff that can get into the models. And some companies have outsourced a kind of a cleaning task to get rid of all that toxicity. And it was really, really devastating for some of the workers who had to do that. They had some, mental health impact on that. So we need to pay attention to how we're detoxing these models. What's the human impact? And I'm also quite interested in looking at the energy, the literal electricity that we're using to train these models, given what we're seeing with climate change. So Hugging Face researchers calculated the carbon used in training Bloom using a software tool called Code Carbon. You can take a look at it. I think it's on GitHub. And it tracks the carbon dioxide emissions that Bloom was producing in real time over a period of 18 days. And it estimated that Bloom's training led to 25 metric tons of carbon dioxide emissions. So for one model, that's 60 New York to London flights. Back and forth. Do we need to be doing this? I think we need to think about these things. What are we doing? By way of comparison, that was 25 metric tons for Bloom. OpenAI's GPT-3 and Meta's OPT were estimated to emit more than 500 and 75 metric tons of carbon dioxide, respectively, during training. Now, you're training up these things, once or twice, and then you do the kind of tweaking as you go. But I just think we should, think about these costs. I think it's an important thing. Now, maybe we can use Gen AI to optimize the creation of a smart energy grid. So maybe, we can use these tools to kind of counteract some of the issues that we're seeing. Just another thought. And maybe we should prioritize those uses. So another thing to talk about is data. What's going into these models? We all already talked about some of the toxic, terrible stuff that goes in because it's scraped off the internet, right? And we like to say garbage in, garbage out, right? Well, what kind of garbage are we talking about? So these are the questions concerning the ways LLMs are trained. I'm particularly interested in the question of copyright. My daughter is an artist. She's in Montreal. It's a scary time to be an artist in Montreal, I'll tell you, because, you get your stuff just scraped out of the internet and thrown into a model, and suddenly, and some artists are really starting to be concerned about these. So maybe we can create systems where we can give attribution, give credit, even give a tip jar for the poor artists. Do something like that, to help them get a little bit of concept of primary source back. And second, the diversity of the data. We should talk about that. So, the models are ingesting data that's been made public, that's been digitized. But what about something like these cool things? These cylinders are wax cylinders in the museum, Smithsonian Museum, and they have music inside, but you have to have a very special machine. It's before vinyl records were created. They used wax cylinders. Wouldn't it be cool to get that, to concentrate on getting that historic data digitized? The museums are really working on this now, figuring out manuscripts and digitizing data. There's this amazing project right now of the scrolls of Pompeii, which were carbonized, and they've been squished, and they figured out how to unroll them digitally and read them. It's amazing. It's really, really great stuff. So we can digitize interesting things. So, we don't have to constantly just jump to generative AI. We can think about digitizing some good sources as well. Let's talk a little bit about privacy and safety as well. So a lot of these models are not designed for use by children, but there aren't any safeguards, right? I don't believe that ChatGPT has a safeguard for 14 and up. GitHub is actually a little bit more careful. So, we need to be careful about who's using these models. I'm going to plug in before I run out of juice. And in Europe, they have this concept of the right to be forgotten. That's all legal, concerns that we need to be careful about. So, there are a lot of considerations that we need to take into account for, building, for using, for ingesting data. I'll bet you that there are some organizations that are focusing on this stuff, maybe focusing on several aspects. And it turns out, yes, there are at least 17 that I found. You totally can't read that, but it's all different organizations who've created their own ethics framework. There's IEEE, AI Ethics Framework by Microsoft, AI Ethics Guidelines by the OECD, that's specific for economic data. There's just loads and loads of different frameworks. But it all kind of boils down to 10 general elements around ethics. I'll just go through these quickly. So we're worried about things like transparency about how AI algorithms work, how they make decisions, and the data that they use. Try to plug in. Fairness. Fairness is all about avoiding discriminatory or biased outcomes. Accountability, taking accountability for, taking responsibility for the AI decisions. Ensuring human oversight, so we can make sure that if something awful happens, humans can pull the plug, do something and stop it. And there's an idea that AI should benefit humans. That's an interesting idea. I don't know, maybe it should. What about privacy? Protecting individuals' privacy. We're very worried about keys and security details from, I think it was Cisco leaking into these models. There's some angry managers having chats with their folks. Collaboration, inclusivity and collaboration, making sure that people are working together to create the best inclusive models. And then these long-term considerations, managing risks and benefits over time. These models are going to be, retrained and reconsidered over time. Let's make sure that we keep them safe. So those are the 10 basic ethical considerations. And we know that there's a lot of considerations pertaining to fair use and the building of fair and ethical AI systems. But I think we can rely on something much more basic than industrial frameworks, right? We can just look at some basic concepts of ethics as a branch of moral philosophy. And I won't get super deep into this because I want to show you a couple examples. But I like this quote. The field of ethics, or moral philosophy, involves systematizing, defending, and recommending concepts of right and wrong behavior, right? And I really like the way this is set because ethics is an action verb here. It's an action word. It's something that, it's involving you getting in there and systematizing the field, you getting in there and defending what's right, and you recommending concepts of right and wrong behavior. So I think that's very interesting. I think that honestly, and this is the most important thing, so the chitter-chatter in back needs to stop because this is the important point. Here's the important point. It's on us. It's on us to systematize, defend, and recommend concepts of right and wrong behavior. It's on us. We are the future developers. We're the ones who are going to go and build these systems. Didn't we just hear that India is going to be building all the next AI, generative AI tooling? Guess what, guys? It's on you. So let's take a look at some ethics in the wild, just to close these slides. I took a look last night, and I'm sorry about the slides. They're kind of hard to see. But there's a really cool service called Amazon Q, and I use it within Visual Studio Code IDE as I'm coding along. It's a coding companion. And I asked it last night to create a JSON structure of common developers' names. And guess what it did? I wanted to see if it would be like John Smith, Paul Jones, Sambit, Indranil, I don't know, some male names. I wanted to see if I could push it, but no. It created John and Jane, Mark and Lisa, Michael, William, David, Mary, Patricia, and Jennifer. It's a lovely balance. I didn't do anything. I just asked it to create some developer names. So here's where we have something that's been built into the system to make sure that we have a more inclusive system. So we can kind of rely on these, on Amazon Q to give us a little bit more of a better answer. Here's another responsibility. It's our responsibility to consume the data that's generated ethically. So here I asked Amazon Q, I was working on a Vue.js app. I'm a web developer, right? And I asked it, create me a form, because I'm lazy. And it's bad. And it just, created this not great code, but it gave me the source. It gave me the source at the bottom, and it said, this is from codeburst.io. And honestly, it's not great, because it's embedding PHP forms in Vue.js, and no one in their right mind would ever do that. But at least I can look at the source and verify that it was a good path to travel down. So that's another good example of somebody built that system where we're citing the source. Love it. And then this is the last one. So I went to my Vue.js app and I stuck in a fake API key. And admittedly, I called it, API key, and I gave it some junk text in my config file. And I asked Q, are there any exposed keys in this code base? And it said, well, actually, based on the code sample provided, it looks like an API key is exposed directly in the Vue config.js file. So stop that right now. So Q got to me and did a great job stopping this nonsense. So somebody has built some nice checks and balances in Amazon Q to make sure that we're using these tools ethically. I'm going to close, because I'm at time, with just a little bit of warning and a little bit of hope. Like I said, I'm from Boston. Here's some images of what was going on in the first industrial revolution. That's late 19th century, so like 1880 something. These poor kids working in the mills, it is not safe. And then there was a huge disaster in Boston in it's like 1890s, I think, and a huge amount of molasses exploded. It's not funny. And flooded the North End, which is the Italian neighborhood. And there was just a lot of disaster because they're industrializing faster than they can keep up with the systems. And they say that in the North End, if it rains nowadays, you can still smell molasses. It's not funny, but examples of catastrophes that have happened. The Lowell Mill girls, however, are an interesting social experiment. Lots of girls from Ireland came over and really elevated their social status by working in the mills and becoming kind of professionalizing themselves as they worked through. So what I want to show by this slide is that there's catastrophes that happen with industrialization, and there's interesting side effects that also happen. You know, people are kind of raising themselves up. It's kind of interesting. So sometimes people compare the advent of generative AI to the advent of the printing press, and it wasn't a joyful time in the Western Europe when the printing press was introduced. It actually triggered the Protestant Reformation, which triggered the wars of religion, because people were able to start to, get access to the Bible and read and become literate, and it's a very interesting history. As the legend says, Martin Luther, he nailed his 95 Theses to the church door in Wittenberg in 1517, and within 17 days, broadsheet copies were printed on that printing press and sent all the way to London. So it was a super fast dissemination of information. It's kind of like what we've got going on now. Very, very fast, rapid change. I really hope that we don't have another war of religion. I'm really hoping. I don't think so. Because what I want to do is turn your attention, and this last slide, to the possibility that we have. In 1851, there was the Great Exposition. It was the Great Victorian era, and Prince Albert had his Crystal Palace Exposition, and it was a celebration of the Industrial Revolution. And the designers who were making beautiful things and still working with their hands, they said they hated it. They said it was, the quote is, "The architect, the upholsterer, the paper stainer, the weaver, the calico printer, and the potter produced novelty without beauty, or beauty without intelligence." That's what we're risking right now. I think that we need to make sure to keep our humanity centered, to make sure that we can, be craftsmen in our own right. Turn to yourself first before turning to ChatGPT. You know how to code a form. I know how to code a form, in Vue.js. I didn't have to ask Amazon Q. I can do it myself and make sure that that code is beautifully designed. So I think that, as long as we keep the confidence in ourselves that we as humans are able to produce and be craftsmen, I think that we'll be okay. I hope that we'll be okay. In the meantime, enjoy this moment in history that's really, really interesting and special. And I wish you all the best. Thank you. I can take a question? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Nice to hear your generative AI topic subjects. See, I am here as an industrial participant. I am working with the industry's challenges and providing solution. I have my own company called KC Business Solution India. So now one of our restaurant client wanted to their customer feedback addressal system. See, want to be using conversational AI. For example, currently there is a QR code in the bill. They wanted to already, but it is not impressive. It is a very old age method. It is not user friendly. So how the latest technology AI can be used, like speech recognition, face recognition, then send multi-language, like here people talk in Tamil, English, and give. As a customer, when you enter into any restaurant or any stores, if you want to give the feedback, it is now, then seller has to get your Aadhaar number, get your phone number, and get your, which is difficult, which is 100% not possible.
Not possible, right.
So we are thinking how to use this conversation, making 100% people to give motivationally, give their feedback, like understanding their face. When they go and they see in front of some camera or something, they should recognize their face. I welcome Jan. Give me your feedback. It should automatically recognize. Then it's understand whether you are speaking in French or English or Tanglish, whatever the way you speak. You should give the feedback, and it should recognize and give the give, analyze negative or positive feedback.
Yeah.
Then positive means immediately give the reply. Negative means then we have to fix the SLA for that according to the size of the feedback.
I think this is your next Indian startup. This is the next big Indian startup because as you're talking, I'm visualizing as going through the airport in Europe especially. You go through the airport, they do all this disaster, and then you push whether you liked the experience or you didn't like the experience, the buttons. What if you didn't have to push the button, it just looked at your face and said, oh, this lady's probably going to be speaking in English or whatever, maybe that's too much, but then could ask you a couple questions in your language, and you wouldn't have to push anything. I love it.
So I want to know whether it is possible using this kind of generative AI for the practical customer-based satisfaction. So
I
that
think
is
so.
my question.
I think so.
I am looking here some support for developing that application. Any startups or any students interested or anything, people like you can support us. That is my question. Yeah.
Hackathon, guys. Yeah.
Thank you, thank you.
Wonderful.
Hello, Jen. Question from me. Hi. By the way, good question for you.
Yeah.
So, I love the talk, and especially I love the part where you were able to connect the industrial revolution. Myself, who took a course on it, that was the most relatable part, and glad that you brought up the connection between both. This is my question actually. So, let's take bias or ethics. It comes from three different sources: data, or model, or even the human who feeds the data or who deals with the model. For me, the exact question is, how do we actually deal about ethics on cultural terms? For example, there have been a lot of instances where it is culturally acceptable sentences or behavior in one particular region, but it is totally not in the other end. So on these aspects, how do you actually feel the future of this generative AI will be able to tackle this cultural ethics?
Yeah.
And that
That's
is
a great
my,
question. So I took a slide out last night that tackled this a little bit, but it talks about how ethics is universal. You don't kill. We don't kill things, right? We don't poison people. We don't, whatever. But morals are different. Morals are more culturally defined. So if you can get your vocabulary straight on looking at a moral philosophy and then the ethics that overarch it, maybe you can work on rolling up those moral concerns into your ethical frameworks and at least get a vocabulary around it. Because there are things that I cannot say in the US that I can say in France, right? It's very interesting. When my husband is in Europe, he makes jokes that he would never be able to do in the US, that kind of thing. So yes, there's cultural sensitivities. And the great thing is all of this technology has brought us all together and we can learn from each other. I'm sure that something I just said on this stage has annoyed someone, you know? But you should feel comfortable to come to me and tell me that was really insensitive. So please, I think we need to be always talking to each other and communicating.
Good, thank you.
Yeah, sure. So I can see there are many students here. So there is some myth in the market or in students' mind that generative AI might replace their jobs and they might be affected with their careers. So what would you like to say about that?
It's another great question.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big one. It's a big one. And I'm not going to say that this moment is not just as disruptive as the Industrial Revolution. There was a movement in the Industrial Revolution called the Luddites, and they went and smashed all of the mills, and they made a huge amount of mess. We're hopefully not going to go down that road. You know, I think we're going to be obliged to embrace these technologies, and what I'm trying to do in this kind of talk is to show that this stuff is not inflicted on us. We're the builders. We're the ones who can control it, so we can make sure that, you know, we can see ourselves still in this technology and make sure it helps us do our job. I think that's about the most reasonable answer I can give. But I do also suggest, and come to Aditi in my talk later on today, because we talk about having a plan A, B, C, D, and maybe E in your career. So always be nimble and always be learning, because it's an interesting moment in history.
Oh, that's interesting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would anyone teaching kids in this room? All right, you got it. There you go. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Check. Attention everyone. Now I would like to call upon Ms. Dolly Ginu to felicitate Ms. Jen Looper with a token of picture. Thank you, students and speaker. It was an enlightening session 1 and 2. Let's be back at 2 p.m. today. Now let's go for the lunch break. All the students will go to technology mess hall, which is down. All engineering students kindly guide them. And all the speakers will go to the placement panel for their lunch. Thank you. First floor.
Hello. Is it like this? Yeah. Hello. 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 Little low. Like.
The question isn't who is going to let me, it's
Hello.
who is going to
Yeah.
stop me. It's my honor to introduce Mr. Deepak Sai Pandelia, an AIML expert with electrical and computer engineering credentials. Showcasing his powers at Amazon in AWS SageMaker, NLP, his experience as an IoT student ambassador and event ambassador for Deep Learning.ai is also recognized among the top 10 Deep Learning.ai ambassadors globally. Let us give a warm welcome to Mr. Deepak Sai Pandelia to speak on Beyond Language, the rise of generative AI from Transformer Foundations. His wisdom will surely expand our understanding. Welcome, sir.
Hello everyone. Hope everyone is doing fine. Hope you had a wonderful lunch today. Today we are going to witness the evolution of generative AI from transformers. Well, I will introduce you to every subtopic, but I won't go deep because I want you to explore it on your own. I believe that's when you learn it, right? So about me, I'm Deepak Sai, currently in my final year of BTech, pursuing electrical and computer engineering at Amrita Vishwavidyapitham, Coimbatore. I recently completed my 5 months internship as applied scientist intern at Amazon from July to December. I'm an Intel student ambassador and Deep Learning.ai event ambassador too. I'm mainly interested in IoT and Edge AI, AIML. About the Amazon part, Amazon was my first interview and my first internship ever too. My time at FinTech Goragon office, which is in Delhi, transformed me, boosted my confidence, and prepared me for an exciting career ahead. As everyone say, the work at Amazon is tough. Yes, I agree with that, and I can also say that if you work at Amazon, you can work anywhere in India, in anywhere else. So about how you can land in Amazon from any Tier 3 college like us. So Amazon conducts several programs like ML Summer School, ML Hackathon, WOW, which is for women exclusively. So you just need to be active on internet and grab the opportunities at right time. Now let's go deep into the topic. What is AI, ML, deep learning? I'll take 2 minutes to explain these all topics and then we can move forward. So what is AI? AI is nothing but our effort to mimic the physical human intelligence, creating systems that are capable of performing tasks that physically require human intelligence, right? So these tasks can include learning, reasoning, problem solving, and understanding of different perceptions. And this AI can be categorized into two. One can be general AI and another can be narrow AI. So general AI is nothing but it can do anything. So it can do 1,000 tasks. It can be more powerful than humans too. What is narrow AI? It is just perfect at doing just one particular task. It can be voice translation, it can be assistant, whatever. So currently we are at narrow AI. So general AI is far more ahead and it's far more dangerous too. So then we have machine learning, which is subset of AI. It is nothing but development of algorithms where that can learn and make predictions or decisions based on data. So unlike traditional programming where we need to explicitly rule all these steps, we have machine learning that can automatically improve their performance as they expose to more data over time. So machine learning can be divided to three. Supervised learning, so we have the input, we have the output. So I know that this picture is a dog and this picture is a cat, and I'm going to train a machine learning model on that, and I'm going to get an output. So this machine learning model will relate, okay, I have this image, I have these features, and I'm going to map these features to the output. So this is how it's going to learn the relation between input and output and then improvise over time. Now we have unsupervised learning, where I don't have any labels. I have unlabeled data. I have thousands of cat images, which I don't know they're cat, and thousands of dog images. So I'm going to group everything and then give it to the model, and it's going to create clusters. So it is going to create groups. So okay, this particular animal has this nose, this particular feature, then this is similar, and this can be in one group. So it can be, if we have the final category 2, the machine learning can make 3. So that's where we need to have all the right algorithms and right predictions and then optimizations. Now we have the third part, reinforcement learning. It is nothing but, let's say an example. So I have a puppy. I don't know, puppy doesn't know the English language, and I don't know the puppy language. I'm going to teach the puppy how to sit and stand based on my commands. As we don't know languages, so I'm going to train it via reward based. So I'm going to give it a biscuit after it does the right thing. Or I'll just bump it on the head if it does the wrong thing. So it's just a reward or a fine based on the output. So this is how reinforcement learning works. It can be wrong or right, but it works on reward or negative reward, positive or negative reward, which can be penalty in return. Now we have deep learning. So deep learning is a subset of machine learning. So it is like we have AI, we have machine learning, we have deep learning. Step by step, we are getting more advanced. Machine learning is more advanced, and now deep learning is further more advanced. We have neural networks, which tries to imitate the brain neurons. So how we are going to learn, how the neural networks work in brain, that's where the scientists related the deep learning neural networks. So these neural networks with many layers try to analyze various factors of data. So vast amount of unstructured data will be trained, structured data and unstructured data will be trained, and then we are going to have the neural networks learn the difference. We have neurons, hidden neurons, output neurons, and outputs. So this is very deep. Even I can say that the ChatGPT is a neural network which has billions of neurons. It can be a particular number, but I don't know that particularly. So it is nothing but once upon a time a neural network. So deep learning has been instrumental in significant advancements. It can be in computer science, natural language processing, and speech recognition. Now, we got an idea of what AI, ML, and deep learning, right? Because that's important because we are going ahead into the deep. Now we have we have the evolution of generative AI. Particularly, I'm not referring to the word AI, AI or machine learning. We are particular to the generative AI. So the evolution of AI, this isn't going to be another history page. You should understand how much effort and the time that all these people took to make us stand where we are today. And significantly portrays that nothing happens in night out of blue. So they set their personal lives aside and then worked on their interests. So likewise, I believe we should also work on our interests because as someone asked before, AI is going to take everyone's work. I semi agree with that. Further on that, we'll discuss more later. So first, we have the mechanical brain, which was invented in 1932 to translate the languages on mechanical computer encoded in punch cards. So it was created by George. Then we have semantic structures, which describes the general grammatic rules. We must know the name Chomsky. So he invented this syntactic structures, which describes the grammatic rules for English. He's a famous personality. It was invented in 1957. Now we have 2000. So just give me a minute. Yeah, then we have the first chatbot called Eliza, which was invented in 1966 by MIT Professor Joseph. Then there was the first multimodal AI that can manipulate and reason out the world of blocks according to instructions. This is the first. So recently, when I'm going through the projects outside, someone worked on multimodal time series data, and this is a perfect example how that means the first multimodal AI that was created in 1968. So it was around more than 50, 60 years. So the first AI game, nowadays most of the games are on reinforcement learning, but Unix-based game was developed in 1980, which uses a procedural content generation to dynamically generate new levels. This was in 1980. So then we have Bayesian networks in 1985, RNNs in 1986, and then CNNs in 1989. Then we are into the 20th century. In 2000, we had the first natural probabilistic language model, LM. We are going to dig deeper into what LM is before what LLM is. So 2006, we had the ImageNet database, followed by AlexNet in 2012, which is foundational for object detection, where we are using YOLO models and everything on the object detection and computer vision, right? Then we forgot the Siri actually. Siri's voice assistant was released in 2011. So now someone also has discussed about the word embeddings and the relation between the data, right? The first word to vector was introduced in 2013. Then we have general adversarial networks, GANs in 2014, diffusion models in 2015. So we can see the incremental invention of embedding relations, and then GANs, and then diffusion models, and then transformers moving ahead. We have 2017, Google paper on transformers was released, and we're going to dig deeper about it later. So in 2018, actually OpenAI released its first GPT. Google released its BERT, and people started working on generative AI at that time. It was 2018 that the generative AI inventions were starting. So in 2021, diffusion model DALI was released, which generates images based on text. In 2022 was the year OpenAI released BART. OpenAI released ChatGPT 3.5, then 4, and then Google BART. So this was all. Then Microsoft made investments in OpenAI and integrated the ChatGPT. Then the one thing that we haven't observed in 2023 was one side there was development of generative AI going, and another side people started suing generative AI companies on copyright infringement, and boom, here we are. So this is an important topic. This was the base to generative AI models. So we are generally hearing the term generative AI again. But how that was built and how we can make it further. So even the generative AI, whatever we have, ChatGPT models, in order to make your research on that, you need to know how it works and how it was built initially, right? There can be, one scientist took one other way of steps, and if you know those steps, you can find the alternative way which is optimized. So this attention is all you need is an important paper released by Google. This paper introduced a new deep learning architecture known as transformers. So it has revolutionized the field of AI over the decade. This generative AI mania currently taking the world by storm that can be traced directly to the invention of transformers. Every model, AI model, and products in the headlines today, ChatGPT 3, 4, Midjourney, Stable Diffusion, GitHub Copilot, and so on, is built on transformers. So transformers are remarkably general purpose. Actually, they are initially developed for language translation specifically. Now they are advanced into every field. So, why is that particular attention is all you need? This paper was published, and why is it important? Before the paper release, so we used to use deep learning architecture known as RNNs, recurrent neural networks. By definition, RNNs process data sequentially, word by word. We have a sentence, and I process the sentence word by word. So if I had the name at the beginning of sentence, and if I had some related relation in between, and there was another name in between, so what the sequential data will do is, it will relate that the middle two, and it will forget the first one. We're going to explore this example in the next. So these important relations often exist, but between the words, even if they don't appear next to each other. In order to get better RNNs, we introduced a new mechanism called attention that I had made popular. Now, this attention enables a model to consider the relations between words, regardless of their position, and determine which word in the phrase are important to pay attention to. That's what the real meaning is. Which word should I more give attention? So then we have this transformers architecture. So let's go slowly into the transformers architecture. So transformers were primarily made for NLP purposes, but apparently it was made to each and every field. So generally RNNs will take sequential data. If input is sequence, then RNNs will take one word at a time. While transformers are most special, if you observe that it is the attention mechanism because of which the transformers understand the context and can access the past information. So, and we also have another thing called positional embeddings. These transformers use this to store information regarding the position of which words in a sentence stands at where. So these were the reasons why transformers got popular in no time. The transformers has suppressed RNNs in all NLP tasks. This is why we need to understand this architecture and its evolution in past 5 years. So if we go to the architecture here, so generally in sequential models, we'll have input, we have output, and then we have hidden neural networks and another, and there can be repetition of words, but everything is sequential. But in transformers, we have parallel data, and then you can see the positional encoding was done with the input embeddings. We learned that word embedding, word to vec was released, right? So so we have a list of words, and I'm going to create vectors based on that, on the relations, and then I'm going to give it to the positional encoding where I will get certain numbers. So after the positional encoding, you have the attention mechanism, which gives importance, which gives numerical score to certain words based on their importance. And then I will add and normalize it and will feed forward, and again add and normalize the word, and then send it to next neural network. Send it to this output embedding, and then we have the output probabilities, etc. So so this is encoded. This left part is encoder, and this right part is decoder. We have decoder encoder attention mechanism here. Then more about attention. Each time the model predicts an output, it only uses part of input where the most relevant information is concentrated, instead of the entire sequence. In simple terms, it only pays attention to certain inputs. So it is an interface connecting on decoder and encoder. We can see that it is an interface connecting the decoder and encoder mechanism by giving importance to certain words. So with this framework, the model will be selectively focused on valuable parts of information. If we go to the example in next page, the animal didn't cross the street because it was too tired. So we humans can simply say that what is too tired? Is it the street or the animal? We humans can simply say that it's animal. But for the computers, they think that the street was too tired. So that's when the attention mechanism will come into picture. So you can see the animal didn't, even you can see that the didn't hyphen also has an important role over here. Didn't cross the street because it was too tired. And when the model is processing the word the attention allows it to associate with the animal. Using the attention mechanism, the context can encode with tokens the decoder that should pay attention to during prediction at any time. As observed from the image, the higher attention weights are assigned to animal and lower attention weights are assigned to the street. Such how the attention works and gives importance to particular words. So it indicates that the it is the most relevant with animal rather than the street. Next, we have a decoder-only mechanism. So these models uses a decoder of transformer model. At any stage, for a given word, the attention layers can only access the word's position before it. So these models are also called as autoregressive models. The pre-training of decoder model usually revolves around predicting the next word in the sentence. That's it. Now, apart from that, so we can say the example as the text auto-completion in a mobile or even the Google search. These models are best suited for tasks involving text generation. So examples for them are GPT, GPT-2, GPT-3, etc. So if you see, we have input and then embeddings. We have positional encoding, and there is some decoder, and we'll get some output, which is the next word. Then we have encoder-only architecture. So encoder models use the encoder of transformer. At each stage, attention layers can access all the words in the initial sentence. So generally, these models are bidirectional. They have bidirectional attention, and then they're also called as auto encoding models. So if you see here, we have the cat, then we have some mask on, then some mask on, then it is giving the words in between. So we have bidirectional inputs, and then we'll get the bidirectional. So we can have like bidirectional attention, and then we can have the task like sentence classification, NER, named entity recognition. Named entity recognition is nothing but I have a sentence that I carry 1,000 rupees note. 1,000 rupees belongs to some number, note belongs to some currency, or whatever, the INR or the rupees belongs to some currency. So we're associating something with the term, right? Rupees is nothing but currency. This is called NER. Then we have text extraction. Given a paragraph, we need to find its answers. So the examples are BERT, ALBERT, DistilBERT, etc. Now the transformers overview. Transformers is state-of-art deep learning architecture for NLP task. So transformers can process the input data in parallel, and the self-attention mechanism plays an important role, and the model independence between all words regardless of the position. So typically it undergoes self-supervised learning, and the labels generate automatically from unlabeled data. So increasingly we have the application in computer vision, audio reinforcement learning, task and multimodal applications. So now we have BERT. Before going to BERT, if anyone have any doubts in encoder, decoder, or transformers, you can get it done. Does anyone have any doubts on transformers? Did you understand transformers, by the way? Or am I going too fast? Even if I go too fast, you must explore it on your own. There is a research paper. Generally, it takes 2 hours to understand. So I can myself say that you can't understand in 5 to 20 minutes. So you can just search the research paper. Attention is all you need. Then you can get the link, and then you can read. Most of the researchers were from Google. Now we are dealing with ChatGPT, ChatGPT 4 3.5, but we heard it right before. ChatGPT was initially introduced in 2018. OpenAI isn't overnight success. ChatGPT had its own evaluation over recent ages. There isn't a better model to begin talking about transformers than GPT. So GPT is nothing but the generative pre-training, which is based on transformers, and then from GPT we had BERT. BERT is nothing but it was trained on a big corpus. It stands for bidirectional encoder representation, which is derived from transformers itself. So as the name suggests, the BERT is bidirectional. The attention mechanism is able to attend to both directions of current tokens, left as well as right. You can observe that this is because BERT is made by stacking almost 12 encoders together, making it only encoder-only model. Therefore, reference any word to sentence to perform its task. BERT consists of, I guess, around 110 million parameters. Like GPT, it was trained on specific task and then can be fine-tuned to any other task. It was pre-trained in a special way such that, in simpler words, the task which used to pre-train the BERT was to fill in the blanks. Then one of the biggest milestones in LLM is the release of BERT. Here we are having the generative AI. So LLMs are nothing but generative AI, but huge size, large in size. So we had the paper that present two model sizes for bird base and bird large, which are just related to amount of data it was trained on. Then okay, now we have traditional ML models, then we have foundational models, which are nothing but transformers ML models. So what's the difference? So why should we use the foundational models rather than traditional ML models? Firstly, it depends on the task. For some models, reinforcement learning can do the right, but for some task or some company requirements, the foundational model was required. So with the traditional ML models, in order to achieve a specific task, customers need to gather label data, train a model, and then get the model. But with the large language models, instead of gathering label data, they can fine-tune it to the particular task. So it is nothing but LLMs can be customized to perform specific tasks. Then we have, okay, we had the LLM word, right? So what is a LM, basically? What is a language model? It is nothing but the, LM is nothing but a probability distribution of sequences of words that might be spoken or written in any language. So probability of given sentence of P, W1, W2, W3, Wn. So probability of next word, P of Wn by Wn minus 1, that is based on the last few words. So probability of nth word by probability of all previous words. This is the language model, and we had a large bundle of text, and that is called large language model. We have the sentence, right? LLM is a large language model characterized by its largest size. So P of LLM, then next word is by LLM. A LLM is. So you can observe that it's nothing but that nth probability by all the previous words probability. So finally, great, we got to know what are transformer languages, and all these transformer language models altogether are called foundational models. In short, they can be trained on large text and predict the next word, but LLMs can be trained on unlabeled data and can be fine-tuned to any task. So, so what's the meaning of fine-tuning, and what are different methods of training this LLM? So we're going to see that next. So this is the general LLM overview. So we have the word embeddings. It can be word to vec, or it can be glow, or it can be sub-word embeddings, or even Bird has its own embedding model. Upon choosing the word embedding model, we'll go to the architecture. So which architecture should I choose? Should I go with the basic one, that is MLP, multi-layer perceptron, or the convolutional neural networks, or the RNNs, or the transformers, attention mechanism? Then we choose the application. So if you're going to choose the MLP, CNN, RNN, we need to define the application before itself. But if you're going to choose the LLMs, we can fine-tune it to later. So application for the LLMs is not necessary before architecture, but for the basic models, it should be decided before itself. Then we have embeddings. So what is embedding? It is nothing but creating word embeddings based on their structure. We have first glow. It is a method for word to vec, and it is nothing but create word embeddings by predicting a word's context given its position in a text corpus. Then we had the glow. It is a method for creating word embeddings that takes into account the co-occurrence of probabilities of words in the corpus given. So this is how, so it is a model which relates words together and create numericals for that. This is what, so I have this text, the detective investigated. So I'm going to first tokenize the letters, the detective invest, and I'm going to embed it. So I'm going to give it some vectors. I'm going to, once the input has been tokenized, the words will be turned into numbers. So we have in text embeddings table, every piece of word will be added to a list of numbers, and if the two texts are similar, we are going to send them to corresponding vectors, or if two are different, we're going to send them in different table. So we have different trainings of LLMs. One is fine-tuning, and one is in-context learning. So let's move towards the difference between them. So fine-tuning, it is nothing but we have trained on unlabeled data and optimizing it to new task. So there isn't much effort involved here. So we just need to, get the particular task data and then fine tune it. So it involves the new data's cost, whereas in context learning, so at particular prompt, I'm going to give its context. For example, I'm going to ask a question. Before asking question, I'm going to say that we're discussing about two kids playing in a veranda. So the context has been said. But the problem with the in-context learning is, if I go out of this particular chat room and again try to check, it won't be there because it wasn't trained. I just gave it a concept and it automatically forwards it after what we had chat. So that is the difference between fine-tuning and in-context learning. Obviously, in-context learning is cheaper. There are no training costs occurred, but fine-tuning requires a little training cost. Then we had RAG. We already know what is RAG. So it is nothing but I was given information and I retrieve the data or the context from external source. It can be documents, databases, API. So this was another thing. And again, fine-tuning versus RAG, which is better. So RAG is a technique that combines the capabilities of pre-trained language model with external knowledge. So whenever a particular application requires the external knowledge conformly, we need to use RAG. For example, if I'm dealing with the weather or something, and then I need the external data indefinitely. I don't have the weather right now, so I need API access. And anyway, I can use the RAG rather than the fine-tuning. So finally, 3 significant ways to use LLMs. Either LLMs can be used via ChatGPT's API or command line interfaces or even the UI. Secondly, we can convert the natural language strings to vector databases and then enhance the semantic understanding. It is nothing but enhance your words into embeddings and make them understandable to a mission, because computers doesn't know, LLMs and computer doesn't know ABCD, right? It only knows zeros and ones, and we need to convert them into those values. So we should weigh several policies, guidelines equally before choosing one method. There could be several security concerns or deliverable issues for a particular method. So we had prompting. Prompting is nothing but information that relies on intention. So before telling something, you are going to give your intention. Let's see an example. So example can be from a given words, classify the objects and living beings. So I had given the context that I need to classify them into objects and living beings. Or else if I just ask it to give classify without giving an intention, it doesn't know how to classify and what to classify. So I'm giving a prompt to it, a mini information that can help the response specifically tailed to a request. So that's how we have furthered from foundational models to generative AI. First, we had the neural networks. Then we had the deep learning algorithms like NNNs, RNNs, NNNs. Then we had the transformers, and then transformers, we had the LLMs. And at last, the generative AI with a couple of frameworks on the top. So even a ChatGPT is nothing but ChatGPT is nothing but a large LLM with a 3.5 million parameters. It is still a neural network. So that's the topic name beyond long ways, the rise of generative AI from transformers. So we had multiple use cases. It can be text generation and question and answers, text summarization, text extraction, etc. So these are multiple use cases. Then we have several applications. In communications, you can have chatbot. In financial services, you can have risk management. You can take a screenshot of this and work on a project. Great. Then what's the role of AWS here? So AWS offers generative AIs in various ways. One can be Bedrock. Another can be accelerators on a Jupyter. We can run a Jupyter notebook in AWS and have the accelerators for the GPU. Then we have Code Whisper and then SageMaker foundational models. I have tried actually in my internship of 5 months span. The first 1 month was given to learning. So we had a couple of courses assigned. It can be workplace harassment, etc., etc. The foundational courses which everyone needs to complete. So from the second month, I was given my project, and then I need to build a lot of tools in AWS. I don't know anything. I don't know even how to set up an IAM account or a role. Then I was thrown a project where I need to work on a machine learning model and then make an MLOps workflow that should be fail-proof. The task is nothing but a simple, not a simple, but the data is difficult, but the task is simple, text classification. So then I have a data of more than 6 to 7 languages, and I need to have a model which works for both, and then I went with the multilingual BERT. So that I had the BERT model. I can show it to my manager or whoever. But the real problem is that's not what they want. They want it in a production. They want it to make it work for a customer. That's when I really started learning. But unfortunately, the ChatGPT doesn't have the language of whatever the AWS resources that they have. It was restricted to 2021 and 2022, but there was a lot of development for the SageMaker later that period. Then I need to dig their old documents, all the documents. I need to take the courses and then webinars. So via that way, I learned a lot. So I learned everything from basics to all the difficult advancements in SageMaker, be it any task, be it processing, be it augmented AI, be it everything. I have tried everything in SageMaker. Then I need to have an MLOps workflow. So the mechanism or the approach that I took, which was appreciated by manager and the mentor, was, so if I'm going to work on a tool, so never fix that, okay, this is the right thing to do. Try other ways. You have ChatGPT. You can ask the ChatGPT initially, and then try some things out on your own, and then can decide why you can't use the other thing. You should build a tool such that 1 or 2 years later, someone shouldn't say that this could be perfect method for this, and it could be optimized than this. That's how the Amazon experts you to build. Then I had even attended the generative AI workshops inside of Amazon. So these were called, there is an inside training called Machine Learning University. So they give trainings to internal employees, and then I took generative AI, RAG, LangChain, Bedrock trainings from them. And then apart from my mainstream project, I built a project. So they have the internal code bases, right? So they have something called, when we pull a Git, then it will be reviewed by Code Guru. And the Code Guru will give you any suggestions on particular code. And then I worked on a project that can add generative AI. So we have several generative AI tools, and then this was already explained before. I have, out of all the generative AI models, I love the cloud version more, which is good. So that's all generative AI. But the saying was, be careful what you wish for. So consider the ethics, privacy and security, because there's still a concern in, so even in the workplace, especially in the fintech, we are not allowed to use generative AI because it is generative AI and they consider it as a black box. So I believe there should be equal number of startups or organizations that work on the other side of coin too. Thank you everyone for this opportunity, mainly the St. Joseph management and everyone over here, mainly Rahul for bringing me as a speaker. Thank you everyone. This is the link, you can connect with me on LinkedIn. Thank you.
Sincere thanks to Mr. Deepak for an instantly enriching session. Your distinct insights have expanded our comprehension remarkably. Now, I request Mr. Dr. Sendil Kumar from E&I department to felicitate our speaker.
Check. The best way to predict the future is to create it. It is my privilege to introduce our eminent speaker, Mr. Chirag Oswal, a seasoned partner solutions architect at Amazon Web Services. With a wealth of experience spanning multiple roles in prestigious organizations like Google, let us immerse in his invaluable insights on demystifying generative AI on AWS as he unravels intricacies and elevates our perspectives. He is known for his expertise in solutions architecture. Please join me in warmly welcoming Mr. Oswald for an enlightening session poised to deepen our collective wisdom.
hope everyone is doing good. Everybody awake, feeling hungry, sleepy? No? All good? How was the session before that, the Gen AI, which Deepak Sai sir had it, right? I think this is gonna be a bit of overlap, so let's see. Let's test your knowledge. We'll get to know how much you know right now. So let's start with Gen AI. Okay, because we had a session on Gen AI, right? And this is the track for our machine learning. Anybody can tell me what is a Gen AI? In very simple terms, what is Gen AI? Come on, guys.
From the internet data, it is creating some new content.
Okay, creating new content. What else? You heard about transformers too, right? And you heard about LLM or foundation models. So, what is foundation model? Come on, anybody. I might have a sticker. Do we have a sticker, Abhishek? We have it, right? Okay. Let's do that. Let's make it more interactive, okay? What is the foundation model in a very simple terms? Anybody? Anyone? Okay, no worries. Let's try to put all these terms, okay? What is machine learning? What is Gen AI? What is AI? What is deep learning? What is foundation model? What is LLM? In a very simple terms, right? So that after today, when you go, okay, wherever, if you have a placement coming up, or if you're gonna go do a project, or if you're gonna talk to your friend, you should be knowing this, and in a very simple way, okay? We won't go like too deep or too technical. So this is what we are going to cover, an overview of AI. We'll talk about some applications in public sector because we are at school. What can be the applications, okay? We'll talk about, if you want to build a really simple project with Gen AI and be a standout and put it on your resume for your upcoming placements or, whatever it is, how can you do that? So everybody's from like first year, second year, third year, fourth year. Is it all mixed or is it perfect or is it a single year? It's all mixed from first to fourth year. Anybody from fourth year? Third year? Oh wow, third year, perfect. This is your time, guys. Machine learning is key to innovation. Everybody knows today, machine learning is growing fast, is booming, right? In every industry, no matter what, right? You take education, retail, e-commerce, you take flights, whatever you want to say, machine learning is there. So we were talking about Gen AI. What is Gen AI? Gen AI, as he said rightly, is about creating new content. It can be text or text summarization or Q&A, chat, image, audio, video, right? But how it is generating all those new content at this large scale? You have heard about ChatGPT, right? Anybody using ChatGPT here every day? Okay, perfect. Anybody knows the full form of ChatGPT? Come on, I'll give you a sticker right now. Generative? Perfect. What is transformer? Okay, cool. I'll give you a sticker, okay, after the lecture. So, what is Gen AI? Obviously, Gen AI, as we said, it is about creating new content, okay? Any kind of idea, text summarization, image, video, audio generation, and it has been powered by very large models, which we called as LLMs or foundation models, right? And we'll see the term, what is a foundation model, what is an LLM? So some of the common use cases, I said, you've been using ChatGPT, then you would be doing text summarization, right? Text generation. You would be asking, who is this person, and you get all that detail, right? Or anything about the company. You would be doing for Q&A. It can be one of the use cases. Today, companies are using as a chatbots. So very powerful application. Image generation. Has anybody used over here Adobe's Firefly? Firefly. What is Firefly? Perfect. It creates image based on prompt. So I work at AWS as a partner solutions architect, and Adobe is one of my customers. So I help Adobe to create this solution. So I knew way before when they were doing this, because we were helping them to make this Gen AI. They were the first company to come up with this idea. If you write a text, it will create an image, text to image, okay? That is Firefly, very powerful. It is disrupting all this industry today, okay? The entire media industry, they are disrupting it. So audio generation, video generation, code generation. Have you heard about code whisperer over here? Do you know that you don't have to write code these days, right? ChatGPT can do for you. Are you using Claude AI? Anybody Anthropic, Claude AI? Okay. Code generation, they can do code generations too, correct? We have our own service at AWS for code generation, we'll talk about later. Where does this Gen AI fit in? Okay, I'm going to take a step back now. So there are a lot of terms, okay, today. Machine learning, deep learning, foundation models, LLMs, generative AI, AI, okay? A lot of confusion. Let's put all these buzzwords into their place, okay? Let's start with simple. What is an artificial intelligence? Very simple. Can anybody tell me what is an artificial intelligence? Okay. Huh? But there can be a lot of automation, right? Okay, can you hear me? Perfect. Eliza, mid 1960s, so it has been for then, what, 5 decades now, right? So that was the first conversational chatbot, which had the conversational ability, not so, okay? But it was good for that time. So that is that. Now what is machine learning? Anybody, simple terms, machine learning. Training? Yeah, but more. I mean, you are training all the machines, right? But how? What are you doing? Agree, but how? Agree, but what are you doing? There is a word over there. Extracting the data, but how are you extracting the data? What are you doing? You're writing algorithms, right? You're writing algorithms. Machine learning is nothing but you write algorithms, 1, 2, or a series of algorithms, okay? You take that data, you take that algorithm, you train that data or that algorithm, and then you make some predictions, okay? That is machine learning. We have a lot of machine learning algorithms, supervised, unsupervised, reinforcement, okay? Let's talk about what is supervised, unsupervised reinforcement in a very simple term. When I talk about supervised learning, you have a data, let's say all the data about animals, all the animals in the world, right? Now, if you put that into machine, how would a machine know that this is a cat or a dog or whatever, right? Or a lion or a tiger? You label that data, saying this is cat, this is dog, this is horse. That means you're labeling the data. Whenever you hear this word labeling, that means you're telling the data or the machine that this is what the object or whatever it is, right? The data is. Supervised learning, you take the data, the labeled data, you train it with the supervised learning algorithm, you feed it to the machine, and the machine, when you pass on to the next data of any animals, the machine learns it. That is what is supervised learning. Then what is unsupervised learning? Unlabeled data, perfect. That means you just pass the data to that unsupervised learning algorithm. The algorithm figures out, it actually learns the pattern, learns the structure, and then say, okay, this is horse, or this is cat, or this is dog. That is unsupervised learning. What is reinforcement learning? And tell me one application of reinforcement learning today, in real world today, happening. Hold on. Somebody over here said. Huh? Okay. Over here. Sorry? No, but those are all bots, right? Reinforcement learning, real world example is happening today. in real world? Robotics can be one. Sorry? Self-driving is the one. I was looking for that. Self-driving, autonomous cars. Reinforcement learning learns from this environment and gets an award. That is how you do a reinforcement learning. It's like us. For example, our parents tell us, do this, do that. If you do this, I'll give you this, right? You get like a merit in 12th standard or 10th standard or whatever, I'll give you a car or a mobile, right? You are getting a positive award. So you work towards that, right? You're working in the college because you're going to get a really good placement. So you work towards it. You get a positive award. So you learn from the environment. That is reinforcement learning. If you don't learn or if you fail, you know you have to correct your path. That is how the self-driving car or the autonomous car works. They are put into the environment. They know when to take a left or when to take a right. And on basis of that, they are given award or the points. That is how the reinforcement learning algorithm works at a very high level, okay? At a very high level. So those are the machine learning algorithms, right? But then what is deep learning? Now so AI, okay? And then we have machine learning as a subset, okay? And then a deep learning is a subset of machine learning. But then what is deep learning? Anybody? Anybody can tell me what is deep learning in one liner? Yeah, but there is a very specific thing I'm looking for inside deep learning. Neural networks, perfect, right? So deep learning is all about neural networks. Neural networks it's like our human brains. When we talk to each other, we form patterns. We connect with people, right? I am coming from Mumbai today, so I never knew where is SGIT, but I knew SGIT is in OMR. So I actually connected it, right? OMR, SGIT, right? So that is how you learn things in our brains. That is how the neural network works too. Again, a lot of neural networks, CNN, RNN, KNN, and all that stuff. We don't want to go in that, right? But that is deep learning, right? So again, not all deep learning is machine learning or not all machine learning is deep learning, okay? So you have to understand that. Not all use cases fit into deep learning. There can be very good deep learning use cases. There can be very good machine learning use cases, okay? So that is about deep learning, right? Neural networks. You have deep layer. They form patterns. They form structures, right? Machine learning was great for simpler patterns, simpler data, simpler classification of data. With neural networks, deep learning, you can do more unstructured, natural language processing. If you have heard about translations, right? The Google Translate or whatever translate we talk about, NLPs, we call natural language processing, okay? So very powerful concept, okay? Natural language processing or video generation, image generation in deep learning, okay? Clear, right? Now, inside deep learning comes foundation model, okay? And that is related to Gen AI. What is the foundation model? Can anybody tell me? What is the foundation model? We have already seen Gen AI, right? We already discussed about Gen AI a lot. And Gen AI is a part of deep learning, right? But what is the foundation model? Base model, but what exactly it is? Pre-trained by a vast amount of data, terabytes, petabytes of data, right? That is fueling Gen AI, okay? Gen AI is just an expression, kind of, just giving you an analogy. Think Gen AI as a front end and foundation model as your back end. It's because of the foundation model you can express it on Gen AI and you can do all this text to text or text to image task on chat GPTs or code generation or, you know, whatever you want to use. So that is foundation model, okay? We'll go deep into what is an LLM and how LLM works and how foundation model is different from a traditional machine learning model. Okay, so we'll go over there too. So this is the traditional model we have, right? It can be any ML model, supervised, unsupervised, take whatever you want. You have a label data. You have ML models, any supervised, unsupervised, whatever. And then you have more data and you do the task, whatever task you want, right? You are not writing for a specific task, but you can adapt to a lot of tasks. But the way foundation model works is very different. The foundation model always have an unlabeled data. It's a pre-trained model, okay, with vast amount of data, petabytes and petabytes of data, billions of parameters, okay? And then it is told to adapt to a variety of use cases. A variety of use cases. You can do text, image, audio, video, code, summarization, Q&A, chatbot, a lot of things. That is how they are different. The reason foundation model is different because there is something called a capability which Deepak Sai sir was mentioning in Transformer. Can anybody tell me? There is an encoder, there is a decoder, there is one more thing. Self-attention capability. It is also referred to more like semi-supervised learning or self-learning. That's what foundation model can do. Okay? So we'll talk about that too in a bit. But that is where it differs from your traditional ML model versus the foundation model. Again, we just discussed about this, right? We have a lot of unlabeled data. So the way companies are building foundational models, again, foundational models are not very easy or not very cheap to build. It takes millions and millions of dollars to build this. The term foundation model was coined by Stanford University in the year 2021. That's how they came up with this idea of foundation model, okay? And they said there would be a lot of unlabeled data, scraping from the pages. There are like more than billions and 50 billions of web pages, or Wikipedia has more than 57 millions of web pages. So they take that kind of data, train it, okay, build a foundation model. Now, you can use that foundation model for your own task, and it can be any of those tasks, okay? So foundation model is adapting it, whereas ML model couldn't adapt to all those things. A bit about Amazon. We've been doing a lot of ML for past 20 years now. We started with our e-commerce back in 1996, and then we went to the robotics in our warehouses. We did Alexa, great for past few years now. And then we have Prime Air, the drone delivery. It is already live in US. It is not in India because of the regulations, but you can see some videos on YouTube. This is the ML stack. I think you already saw this ML stack just before, like in the previous session with Sai sir. This is all AI services for all the students who want to build some projects without writing any code, okay? Without writing any code, look at this. Because you just have to call APIs. You don't have to do anything. Just call APIs and you can do a lot of stuff, okay? If you love writing codes, this is the place where you have to understand and see, okay? I'm just gonna explain or just give you an overview. We are not gonna go deep into it, okay? So that is the ML stack. Generative AI portfolio, Deepak Sai sir already mentioned about it. So we have something called Bedrock, where you get foundation models. I'll show you a demo. I have a demo of Bedrock directly from the console, and I have launched a simple API with what you call a front end on top of it, right? So Titan Text, Titan Embeddings are these two proprietary Amazon's foundation models which we have built. But we also provide third-party models like Claude, Jurassic, Llama from Meta, okay? So we do that too. And you'll see a lot of them, Hugging Face and Cohere and Stability.ai. So it depends on what use case you want to build, but these are something which we provide. Again, not to worry about all these terms, we'll take a look in bits and pieces over here. Before we go more into large language models and what is exactly and how they work, just want to talk about Code Whisperer. This is our coding companion generative AI. So suppose if you're using, say, a Visual Studio Code, right, to write your code, you can actually integrate Code Whisperer to create code for you automatically. Basically, if you give some kind of comments saying, help me write a Fibonacci program or a program to, or a code to upload the file on a server, it will help you with that. It also understands from the context of your already written code. So suppose if your code is not well written, not well formed, it understands that context too, okay? You can derive more functions and programs from your already written code. So that is something Code Whisperer can do for you. Some of the use cases in public sector, if you want to start doing some projects, suppose, this is something you can look for: flashcard generation for your quizzes, for your notes, for your exams. You can think about it, right? You can also think about how can I provide more accessibility to impaired people. Think about it, right? This is AI for good. This is how you think, right? Suppose you want to make some app for disabled people, maybe some kind of navigation system, something, right? So you can use that. Educational assistant. Suppose there are a lot of notifications coming out of the college, right, every day for different things. How can you create a generative AI app for educational assistant for all your third-year engineering students or second-year engineering students with your professors? So you can think about that too, right? And I'll show you how to use those FM models so that you can actually start building a base project and then you can work on it and build on top of it, okay? These are some of the government where you can use some legal documents, analysis, forensic analysis, you can do all those stuff, and the healthcare too, to improve your clinical care systems, to do generative AI on lot of healthcare documents. So those are the other examples. But I wanted to focus on more on education because we are in the education setting. So that can be really helpful for you. Okay. Who remember Uncle Ben from Spider-Man? Anybody? Uncle Ben. What did Uncle Ben say? With great power comes great responsibility, right? That's what the generative AI is doing today. It is upon us to responsibly use AI. Everybody has seen a lot of misuse of AI these days, right? Deep fakes, right? Deep fakes, creating all those, malformed videos or audios, right? But how can we prevent that? So at AWS, as the technology transforms, we are making sure that we are responsible for creating those generative AI models which are more responsible and transparent to the users, right? We make sure all the processes which we apply are having advanced AI best practices. We at AWS also grant researchers and universities, fund them dollars so that they can come up with good algorithms so that they can help in this kind of responsible AI or the ethics of AI. How do we do that? I know some researchers which we have granted, they are building something called as privacy machine learning algorithm or privacy protection machine learning algorithm so that we can all protect our privacy, right? Or a very inclusive data adaptability, right? Because today a lot of data is skewed maybe towards a religion or the culture or male, female, but how can we have more data inclusive? So those are the things which we are responsible. At AWS, we are taking care of all those things. For example, if you want to build a machine learning algorithm on AWS, we are giving you all the controls from accountability, monitoring, so that there is no lack or biases in algorithms. Have you seen hallucinations in ChatGPT? Like you send something to ChatGPT, it starts spitting out wrong answers. That is hallucinations. That is the responsibility of AI, right? So we are doing a lot of things in that space today. Okay, what are large language models? We'll go very slow over here, okay? What is LLM? Let's start with the first L. What do you mean by large in LLM? Large number of parameters. Sorry? Not the data, but large number of parameters. What else? Sorry? Unlabeled? No, not unlabeled. The large refers to the scale of the model, how big the model is. Because what he said was parameters, right? You might have heard Meta is giving like 7 billion parameters or 65 billion, or BERT is giving like 35 billion parameters. So those parameters are nothing but they determine the relationship, okay, of very complex structure. We won't go deep into that, but that is what large refers to, how large your model is. They say we have trained on 45 terabytes of data with 75 billion parameters. That's how the large means the scale. What does the second L means? Large, LLM, language. But what is language? Why do we say language? What is language modeling? Sorry? That is different, right? That is, we are going into more deep into transform and we'll go there. But what is language? Why language? Why not like technology, or why not coding, or why language? Has anybody thought about it? Why language? Why do you say language? No, but you can get image-based output too. Text to image, you can get. Yeah, that is an LLM, right? I think you're overthinking. You were there. You were right there. So language is nothing but about how human language can interpret, right? It's all about human language to understand the way we understand the grammars, the context, the knowledge, right? The phrases, the part of the speech, the keywords, the meanings, the similar meanings. How do we understand? The large language model has to understand in that way, right? For example, we know it is different. NLP is different, but large language model was originally was supposed to build for this, right? When we say, I'm going to put, say, hey, like any of the chat GPT or whatever we use, we say, please help me write this essay. How does the underlying LLM model knows that we are talking about writing an essay? Because we know that write an essay means that we have to write something. We don't have to read something. So we are making that patterns, right? That is, we are making the meanings right. There are so many words for write. Okay, implement an essay, build an essay, create an essay, build a job, build a code, implement a code, deploy a code, develop a code. These are similar meanings. Language model was designed to understand those similar meanings. That is the reason we say language. And then what is model? Come on. Deploying an AI model, right? Model means neural network model. A model which is a huge neural set of neural networks, right? And then we'll go into transformers. So that is what a large language model is, right? Now let's understand how does this transformer come into the picture. So LLMs are nothing but a very large deep learning model. So LLM is a subset of deep learning, okay? Very simple. Foundation model, when we say foundation models, LLM is a type of a foundation model, okay? Foundation model and LLM are not different, okay? When you look at the different foundation model, maybe Amazon Titan Text or Stability or Claude AI from Anthropic, those are all LLM models, okay? There can be more models, okay? Vision models, audio models and all that stuff, but those are LLM models. So LLM model is nothing but a foundation model, but so this LLM models are deep learning models, okay, which are trained on vast variety of data, okay. What is there underneath LLM model? What are these? We were talking about it, transformers. There is a transformer underneath the LLM model. Now we'll get into one more level deep and that's it. Transformer has three things. What are those three things? Encoder, decoder, self-attention capabilities. That's it, okay. Encoder, decoder works as an NLP or neural networks, understands the key phrases and the text and everything, makes the pattern, okay, makes the structure, and then spits out the output through the decoder. That's what encoder, decoder does, okay. That's what large language model is, right? But how does large LLM, large language model works? Can anybody tell me? You just had this session right before me, right? Where Sai sir was explaining how the LLM works. Yeah, agree. It tries to predict the next word. For example, the cat sits on the mat, or it can be on the floor, right? Because it doesn't rhyme. When you look at that, right? The cat sits on the mat. It tries to predict the next word. But how does it work? How does it know that this is the next sequence or the next token? LLM has a different capability called as word phrasing or word embeddings. Now, in a traditional machine learning model, they were using something called as tabular data, okay, to fit the word. The problem with that was they couldn't understand the relationship, or they couldn't recognize the relationship in normal machine learning model. But what LLM did was they had a multi-dimensional vector. In that, what they do is the words with all similar meaning, the context, the relationship between them, they are in the same vector space. And that is how they know that, okay, this is the right word I'm looking for. This is the right next keyword I should spit out. That is how LLM works, right? So the encoder would take the pre-processed text, pass it, okay? That is all about transformer, right? And then it will come up with the decision, what is the next word? The decoder will send it to the output, which is to us on the UI. That is simple, right, about LLM. Any questions still here? Like what is LLM, what is foundation model? Okay, some of the superpowers of LLMs. We've been discussing a lot about this, right? They can do code generation, code extraction. They can do prompt engineering. Anybody knows about your prompt engineering? What is prompt engineering? Okay, okay, almost there. Okay. Why do you think the LLMs are so powerful, or all these different GPTs are so powerful? Because whatever you ask them, right, the way of you asking a question would be different from my way, or would be different from his, or would be different from hers. But LLM understands everything. That is because somebody has done a prompt engineering on that model, right? Because you have to give various different prompts so that the LLM understands and it spits out different outputs based on those prompts. You see, if you put same question twice in the GPTs, whatever GPT you use, you'll get different responses, right? So that is how this works, right? Those are some of the superpowers of LLMs. Summarize text, generate the new audio, video, prompt engineering, and human feedback. What are the limitations? Hallucinations, right? You can ask or talk about any king, ask GPTs or anything, say, who is Chirag Oswal? You can try that. And I tried myself too. You can put your name too. It talks about my background, where I worked, where I did my schooling and everything. But it also goes on saying, I am a CEO of some XYZ company, which is not right. And it gives the data. That means it's hallucinating it. It is projecting you the way that this is the right information, but it is not right. Right? So that is called hallucination, and that is happening a lot. The reason for hallucination, what would be the reason for hallucinations? The data was not trained properly, right? The model was not trained properly. Not a really good data has been passed to it. A junk data has been passed to it. So hallucinations. LLM requires massive computing, massive number of GPUs, and that is the reason it is expensive. And when we talk about building one LLM model, it is millions of dollars. I'm not talking about INRs or rupees. It is millions of dollars. So OpenAI might have spent like more than, I don't know, millions and millions, maybe around billions too. How do I access foundation models? There are two different ways to access foundation models. Obviously, we can do a demo on the console and see how the foundation model works, but using the API too. We have a Bedrock, Amazon Bedrock, our own foundation models. You can use it through API, and we have something called a SageMaker, if you're interested to know about SageMaker. So it is nothing but you start using API, okay, and start calling the foundation model. All the underlying infrastructure is maintained by Amazon. You don't have to worry about it. You can put your own security controls. If you know about Amazon, you can start using own security controls. Suppose you have a big company, or you're working for a big company and they have their own data, but you don't want to build a foundation model, but you want to use that data. How do you do that? Use the Amazon's foundation model, use your organization's data, plug into it, and you can get your own context, responses, use cases, whatever you are trying to build. So that is that. Suppose if you want to build a no-code, low-code application, you can look at SageMaker Jumpstart, okay? Over there, you already have a lot of foundation models. The only thing what you do is you take that, you run the Python notebook, it's there. Okay, you don't have to do anything. Okay, so you can explore SageMaker Jumpstart too. These are the very two good starting point if you want to build some projects on generative AI. Okay. Well, I don't want to go into the marketing slides like what Amazon Bedrock does, but this is what you can do. You can build a scalable or a reliable generative AI applications, use your own organization data, use AWS security principles. You can deploy basically anywhere around the world today. These are the few of the foundational models which Amazon supports. I'm only naming few because that is what you can fit in the slides. These are the two proprietary, but we support third party too. Titan Text, if you want to do more of NLP, text summarization, chatbot, Q&A, you use Titan Text. If you want to do more on search, personalization, like if you are building an e-commerce, you want to do more of personalization, generative AI, start using Titan embeddings. So these are some top AI companies or startups who has built their own foundation models. You can go and explore. I personally use kind of Anthropic because I've seen the responses are very, very, very powerful instead of other GPTs. So you can try your own, but I personally use Anthropic Cloud AI, and it's available on your web browsers too. So you can try that. And I've been just told that I have only 5 minutes left, so I'm gonna jump into demo because I wanted to show you something which can be really helpful for your projects, okay, so that you can take something from here and go and build, okay. Okay, everybody has seen this console. Where is the console? Excuse me, sir. Can you help with this, please? How do I switch? Okay, perfect. Worked. Is everybody familiar with AWS, or you're looking at this for the first time? First time users at AWS. Okay. Okay, cool. Okay. So this is what AWS console looks like. You have more than 200 or 250 plus services today. You can use from mobile, gaming, simple CI/CDs, recognition, machine learning, whatever you want to do. But we are going to go into how to use a foundation model, okay, with Amazon Bedrock. Just searching for a Bedrock. And we can click on just say get started. You already have this foundation models available. You don't have to do anything. Let's use Titan by Amazon. And let's say we want to use, or we want to go into directly the playground, right? Let's say image generation. We want to do text to image. Okay. We're going to do select model. We're going to say I'm a Titan image generator, say apply. Okay. Anybody want to give a prompt to this model? Anybody raise your hand and give a prompt. Whatever text prompt you give is going to create an image for you. Anybody wants to volunteer? Give a prompt, a simple prompt. Come on. Sorry? Oh, we have swags? Okay, perfect. Give me a prompt, guys. Come on. Maybe a dog on the scooter. Once I give this prompt, the LLM understands what it needs to create, what it needs to generate, and it's going to generate few images. On the left side, what you see are the configurations. You can change the configurations if you want to have more images, less images, if you want to give those kind of flexibility to your end users. This is going to take a few more seconds, okay, to generate few images. But this is what Firefly is doing today, Adobe Firefly, which we talked about, text to image. So this is what you can do. We have few playgrounds for chat too, if you want to create some chat-based applications, or if you want to base or create some text-based applications, summarization, text generation, Q&A, essays, whatever you want to do. So let's wait for this to pop up. So this is what it looks like. Text to image. I just said dog on the scooter, and it popped out 3 images. If you want this model to spit out more images, you can do that too. You have to just change the settings on the right side or change something. You can say a dog on the scooter with the helmet, or a dog in a Ferrari car, and it was going to show you all those pictures, right? Pretty powerful, because you can use those images maybe for your presentations, for your PowerPoints, or whatever you're trying to do. Like, for example, a poster for this event. So you can try customizing it, right? You can create a base image. You can say, create me a poster. Let's try that, okay?
Check.
Let's see. So with this, what you can do is you can have a base point or a foundation to start your image or a poster, and then you can refine it, right? with whatever tools you use. So this can be one of the way to use. But there are companies who are using for their media production. There are a lot of companies who are using for digital marketing, graphics. They are using all these tools today. So start using these tools or start applying these tools in your day-to-day life or maybe in your projects. It's going to be really handy. So it started spitting out a few things, right? Some logos, the name and everything, right? Again, a very simple prompt, but I can do more refined prompt saying, have SGIT name on the left, AWS in the center, the logo of the smile on the right or on the bottom, and you can do all those things too. Again, this is prompt engineering, right? The better the prompt is, the better the output is. What is RAG? RAG, okay, RAG, yeah. It depends. So the RAG has one dependency. What is the dependency? It used to have a data store, right, behind it. How does RAG knows?
Yes, once we give the text context, first it will get the vector data, right?
Perfect.
So if we provide some PDF and
Yeah.
what are the things we are doing in SIG,
yeah.
So it will get more information so that it, my question.
Yep, you're right.
So can we create more prompt output images?
Yes, you can do that. So right now what LLM is doing is it is actually going inside its model, looking at the best pictures and it is spitting it out. But if you want to customize it with your own data, so he's talking about retrieval augmented generation, RAG, okay, which is another term. I don't want to go deep into it. But if you have a RAG, so RAG has a data store. Suppose you have your colleges, all the posters or all the official logos. Now if you implement RAG here, once I give this prompt, the LLM first go into the data store using RAG. Okay? It will see if it has the right picture. If it has the right picture, it's going to take that, okay, and spit it out that picture. That is how the RAG works. Okay, so yes, the answer is yes.
Thank you.
Okay, one last thing. I just wanted to showcase how the API works. I have just a simple a Python script out there with the Streamlit app. Okay. Okay, I'm just trying to find my demo. It seems like I cannot find it. Wow. Anyways, anybody looking to develop more projects, let me showcase you the website. If you go on this website, workshops.aws, you'll get everything related to Gen AI, whatever you want to learn on cloud computing, whatever service, you name that, you'll get it. The demo which I was trying to showcase, I got it from here. As solutions architect, we actually maintain this repository. We build this, we project, or we deploy the projects over here. If you want to build any simple app for generative AI, for machine learning, or any cloud computing resource, note down this website and you can get everything. You have detailed instructions, screenshots, code, everything is there. It can be a good starting point for your upcoming projects for third year or fourth year. So I'll just do a last try if I can see, I can pull my project. If not, then I don't know what happened. Okay, I think it's not there, but let me showcase what project I'm talking about on workshops.as. This is the one, build and scale generative AI applications with Amazon Bedrock. If you look at this, it has everything over here, whatever you want to build. Again, very simple way to understand and do some hands-on, okay? So I think I'm gonna end this because I'm running over the time, right? So anybody has any final questions, thoughts? If you wanna ask me anything, it's an Ask Me Anything session, AMA. Yes, sir.
See, the same question I have in the previous session. Maybe you are not aware. See, we want two mics, I think.
Okay.
See, we are helping our clients to develop AI application for their use cases. So one of the use case which we are dealing now is a conversational AI for the customer feedback full complete cycle. That means receiving the customer feedback and analyze the customer feedback. So customer feedback in different speaking languages, maybe Tamil, English, Hindi, and it is easily then do some sentimental analysis, negative feedback, positive feedback, and then it is addressed to the concerned person for feedback to be addressed. So he should understand what is the customer feedback. Customer may be speaking in Hindi, but the addressing person may be speaking in Tamil or some other language. So we should help him this language to be transferred into his own language. This all should be defined. And this application should have it is easy flow. Now between the busy schedule, how this technology can be implemented. I want to see some of the engineering students to develop this model in your AWS workshop with the guidance of your people. You have a lot of solution architecture. You are talking about AI, LLM, MLM, deep learning, other things. So can end user helpful using this technology? Can I see some of the application developed a prototype model? Can you show something for this kind of application?
Yes, so the answer is yes, you can do that. What, just for everybody, what sir is saying is, can we create a conversational chatbot for suppose there is a user, maybe let's take a call center setting, right? A user calls it, there is a end user person or the employee only understand the regional language wherever you are in India. India has a lot of regional language, but the end user is speaking in English. Understand that the entire narrative and then give the feedback. That's what sir said, right?
There are different ways. Only calling or directly walk-in.
Yeah.
So there are so many things. Walk-in people, see normally for a restaurant, if you are entering into a restaurant, for getting the feedback about the restaurant is very tough. We have to, when we billing or they have to ask for, please scan this QR code and give the feedback. Like that we have to do. But what I am trying to say, we should make it simple. If they come in front of the system, it should recognize who is he from whatever the algorithm you are doing. Google, I have seen some image. If you show some image, it will say their name. Yeah. Something happening.
Right.
They can identify the name. So instead of, login, username, password, phone number is a conventional way of doing it. Okay. It is, people are not much interested. It's a use case. When a restaurant, people are coming, every hour there will be 100, 200 people in one restaurant. There are 170 restaurants all around the world. How many people are coming? How to capture all their people feedback? So I don't want to capture their phone number. I don't want to capture their image, or I don't want to get it. But I want to know the feedback about my restaurant, about my client's restaurant, to improve that. So I want some easy mechanism. I want 100% walk-in to be given feedback first. And that feedback to be segregated, positive, negative.
Got it.
And negative should be given to the concerned people to address it with the SLA, depending on the size of the feedback. And once the feedback is given, then it should be monitored, tracked, whether it is on time, as per the timeline even completed. Then if it is completed, that person to be given performance incentive, and it is related to the HRM.
Got it.
Promotions, everything based on this data, analytics to be given. So this complete cycle, I want to
So that is possible with AWS. A short answer for you.
Yeah.
We have all those services. What he talked about, if you want to recognize a face, we have called Amazon recognition. No need to write a code. You can directly recognize.
So can we develop, can you help us to, because you are the AWS guy, here college students are there. I don't know what is available in AWS. I don't know what's the people capability. So I will give you what I am exactly required. Already I have given this requirement to the placement officer. If you people can assist, so this will be a good product, not only for my client, it can be a good product to sell everybody. Customer feedback system. So only the application of integrating all the capabilities make the life easier to enlarge the scale. So anything in the technology should help the real-time world to make the profit, to enlarge their scale, ease their life. That is the application. So I am trying to build this. So please, how AWS can help us using the students community?
Yes, we can come here and help you, or we can do remote sessions, right? On enabling you on how to make these projects, right? We have your code. I can see these are super talented students over here. They are asking right questions. Yes, we can do that. We have all those capabilities, and we can build a small proof of concept, right? And then you can take it ahead. How do you want to build it? Or the other way is, what we do is we teach people how to cook food and not to make them and serve the food, right? So that is what we want to do. I can come, or we can do remote sessions and tell you, oh, how this works, give you some hands-on workshops and everything. And then you can go and build on your projects. So yes, those things can be done. And if you look at those websites, if you look for Amazon Translate, or Comprehend is for analysis, feedback analysis, Translate is to translate into different languages, recognition is to do face recognitions. Those are the few things. The workshops is already there. You can try it out on your own. If not, I can be in touch with Ragul and everybody, okay? So I think we are good. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much for all your patience.
Profound thanks to Mr. Chirag for an exceptionally inspiring session. Now, I request Mrs. Dolly Jinu from CSE department to felicitate our speaker.
So, greetings, community members. I truly hope you had a wonderful day of learning and connecting and networking with fellow-minded people. It is wonderful to see people gathering from various parts of the globe with different standpoints and views, but all of you have gathered here just for the love of cloud computing. How great is that? Let's give a round of applause, shall we? For the wonderful community we have. Yeah, thank you. Now, it's time for a much-awaited panel discussion session. We have 4 peerless experts who has agreed to be a part of our elite paneling team. The topic for the day will be as follows. What will be the opportunities in the next decade? And what do students and early career professionals need to follow to pursue an excellent career? I repeat, what will be the opportunities for students in the next decade? And what do students and early career professionals need to follow to pursue an excellent career? I'm sure that this topic will be of great help, especially to our wonderful student community who have gathered here. And thus, I'd like to invite our moderator for the day, Mr. Karthikeyan sir, a certified AWS solution architect and head of product security at Logitech. Sir, let's have a round of applause for our moderator, people. We appreciate your presence amidst us, sir. And now, let me call upon our esteemed panelists. Firstly, we have Mr. Karthik, who serves as Associate Manager at HCL. Please welcome him with a round of applause, please. Thank you.
Check, check, check.
Next, we have Mr. Pradeep Kumar, who serves as Vice President at BNY Mellon.
Check.
Let's give a round of applause for him, people.
Check, check, check. Hello, check. Check, 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 check.
And finally, I'd like to call upon Mr. Rakesh Ilamaran, who serves as Security Engineer at Comcast.
Check, check.
Hello, check, check.
Yes. Check, check.
Okay, yeah. Let us all gear up for an exciting session. Thank you.
Okay, good evening everyone. Thanks for joining the session. I hope that next 30 to 40 minutes I can make your time a valuable one and a fruitful session. First, I will shoot out some questions to the people's present over here. Then we will have final 50 minutes, we'll have some question-based sessions from the audience. Okay, let's kick start. Okay, so thanks gentlemen for joining the session today. Yeah. Okay, so let's start from here. Okay, so I just need to ask some questions which are more focused toward the students' career goals and other stuffs. So first, I just want to know what are the certifications should the freshers do to get jobs in your respective areas? Like you guys work in cybersecurity, you are from tech industry. So I just want to hear from your words that what are the things the students have to do, like certifications or training, whatever it is. As a fresher, they want to enter a field. So just want to hear from your words, please.
Okay, good evening, folks. So I'd like to start with an ideology, okay? So certifications are just credentials what you want to add to your name, nothing more than that, okay? So don't see certifications as the only way out or the only entry point into the career or industry. The more what the industry wants from you is the rich set of skills what you bring onto the table, right? Once you go into interview, right, the certificates are just like an entry point or a few credentials in your resume, which is going to take you to the interview. That's it, right? once you go into the actual work desk, right, the certifications are next to nothing. Right? You need to focus more on acquiring the real set of knowledge, right? Say if you want to go into application development, right? You need to know at least one scripting language, one programming language, and at least one cloud platform. That's what the industry demands out of you, and one front-end skill. See, if you are certified, it makes your job more easy to convince your stakeholders that you are equipped with that skill set. That's where the certification stands. That's my point of view. Having said that, right, so AWS is pretty hot right now, right? Cloud practitioner, or at least a solution architect associate, right, is pretty much required, right? You can also go for an Oracle-based certifications, GCP or different certifications also is quite required. Right? If you're focusing more towards and siloed towards the specialized skill sets areas like cybersecurity, right? The ethical hacker certifications are there, right? Pen testing certifications are there. So you can pick and choose, right? So what, if you're really going into a specific silo of industry, what I would advise is still you go ahead with generic certifications or generic courses which will allow you to explore the maximum in the specific areas. Say, for example, tomorrow if you're going to pick security or a cloud development, still, right, at the end of the day, you would be required to code, develop platforms wherein your scripting and coding skills will be put into the task. So make yourself a polyglot, right? You should be able to speak and code in multiple languages. So that is what is the industry demands out of you.
Okay, to add some more points.
Yeah.
Okay, to add some more points on is like from a cybersecurity might be like you can concentrate on networking fundamentals, keep yourself strong in that, and then slowly you can move into like certified ethical hacking, and then slowly you can enter into the pen testing as well. So this combination, because nowadays most of the companies taking the students as interns, they should be strong in networking and then strong into pen testing. So this will be a good value add for you people. If you want to a little bit into AWS, finish the AWS security specialty, there is a certification which will value to your profile.
So yeah, in my personal experience, right, so I am a licensed penetration tester by EC Council. I'm into application security. I skipped basic certifications like CH, Certified Ethical Hacker, and ELEARN Junior Penetration Tester, and PNPT. So this is network-based certification. So why I skipped basic certifications is I have enough experience in the domain. So it's not like you need to do the basic certification. Also, Karthik added that it is to claim that you have a strong knowledge on something, right? So when you ask me, certifications are like Apsara pencil. So have you know the ad? Have you seen that? Extra marks for extra handwriting, right? So when you have certificate, it will add value to the profile. Out of 10 people, 5 people have certification, the priority will be given to those 5 people. It is kind of criteria in the companies, but end of the day, the skill set matters.
Okay, so in order to add the point, so you've given, clearly you've given your suggestions on certifications part. So my next thing is like how a person, a fresher should prepare for the interview, and what is your expectation? Suppose an intern or maybe a fresher coming for an interview in your respective areas. So what is your expectation? How you need to prepare for the interview? So I just need your thoughts on this.
Okay, so if you just see about interviews, right? See, the interview process has evolved in the last at least a decade, right? There is no more interviews wherein you go do an MCQ and then you face some standard questions. What is the speed of the train? Those days have gone, right? So when we filter, right, we primarily look at your credentials like your LinkedIn profiles, HackerRank profiles. What is your credentials that you have already proven on track, right? So what is your GitHub credentials? How many repositories you are contributing? How many open source communities you are contributing towards, right? It need not be that you are doing some rocket science there. It could be many tiny nitty-gritties that you are contributing. That will take a huge step in moving your resume forward in the industry. See, that is the entry point. That's what I would say is the entry point. Next step is, it could be the same fact that I'm repeating the steps, right? I've seen so many freshers who come into the industry saying that I'm very much specialized in one angle of things, right? But when the reality of the industry is such that, right, so you should be versatile enough to pick up tasks as and when that comes into it, right? So the harsh reality is that, right, all the industry professions, whomsoever we are there in this desk, right, even though we are pretty much equipped in all technologies, when you go into the real time, it's not that you're always going to get the niche or the cutting edge projects, right? So you should be versatile enough to pick up at least in the first few years and assess what are the skills that is needed for you. Be with an open mind to adapt and accept the opportunities that is coming across to you. Then you can pick and choose and become a master.
Okay, to add some more points on this, like any fresher might be have to consider one programming language to be very strong. And I will say, like, starting from second year itself, you start on the hacker rank, try to solve as much scenarios as possible, keep yourself comfortable. So thereby, even in our company, so we try to take it from the hacker rank only. So it's better, like, try to solve lots of scenarios there. So it's not, if a scenario is given, the code need not be correct. At least the prototype is very important. So try to practice lots of prototypes, so thereby which will enable you to fetch a job.
So students first should find what is their roadmap. So basically in cybersecurity, there are two. One is GRC, governance, risk and compliance, and another one is technical. So if they are really good at management perspective, they can go towards GRC. And if they are good at technical programming and they would like to keep on learning new things, so they can come into technical pathways. So after preferring any one of the roadmap, right? So they know what to expect from the companies by seeing the job requirements. So what the industry is expecting. One company might expect one programming language. Another company might expect different programming language. So what is mandatory? Basics of networks and basics of cybersecurity. I still remember my first interview question related to cybersecurity companies. Can you define ISO OSI layer? If I mess up the order of ISO OSI layer, then that company might tell me that you are not fit for this particular role, because that is the fundamental. Right. So fundamental should be mandatory for the students. So they can prepare, spend more time towards fundamentals.
Of course, even I too prefer the students should focus on the fundamentals first. So then only they can able to learn in any technology, whatever the tech stacks. If you are good at fundamentals, then you can able to shine in any area wherever. Okay, thanks a lot. My next thing is like today also I got this question again and again from so many students. So they are very much interested towards the internships, right? So but they don't know whom to contact or how to approach or what they should do the internships. So basically, if you are hiring interns in your companies, so what are the criteria or how you select the interns? Whether they need to contact you or how they need to approach, basically, in order to do an internship in your respective companies.
So I work for HCL Cisco primarily. Okay, so Cisco being in more towards your network threads, network firewalls. So such as a stack, right? So there is no direct intern recruitment there. But having said that, Cisco has its own arm of reaching out to the colleges. I think St. Joseph also has an arm towards Cisco. Right? That will be the entry point of it. Right? See, that is one way. Second way is, right, so there are a lot of startup companies coming up in our area. So, see, Chennai has radicalized itself, right? Usually they say Hyderabad and Bangalore are the areas where a lot of startup companies bloom and groom, right? So that is the days of the past, right? Right now, we have plenty of startup companies in Chennai who are giving enough opportunities for freshers to join as interns, right? So there are Nullcon, right? Null chapter is there, right? There are Red Hat chapters is running, right? OpenAI chapter is there in Chennai, right? These are few avenues what you can associate yourself that will give you a good intern opportunity, right? So one thing what I learned from my experience is that, right, so intern, if you start to intern in a startup, I feel that is even more powerful from your career point of view rather than doing an intern in a big shot company wherein you'll be given with an equal opportunities, I don't say no, but the amount of learning experience what will take back home with you, right, after you complete the intern, I feel it is 5x, 10x when you do it in a small startup companies. So I would prefer do that.
So what's your thought?
Okay, to add some more points, like students can start attending the forums like Null Chennai, UAS Chennai, and DEFCON, so Root Tech Stack, and all these forums, wherein like I tend to see lots of startup founders are coming there and specifying they require interns. So I remember like in January and December, like there is a company named Securin have said they want interns. So I see lots of, so I request students to come to meetups, attend the meetups so that you get interacted with the industry folks, and thereby you will at least have an idea where the internship is actually provided. If it is not provided on the same day, at least you will know, okay, in these areas, if you do it, you can get an internship. There are lots of startups, actually, they try to get the interns for a variety of roles. Either it can be code development, or it can be blog writing, or digital marketing. So in any one of the areas. I remember like some people went for a company A and as a digital marketing, and then slowly his interest was towards coding, and then they recruited him as a full-time employee itself for a developer itself.
So I would like to tell other point of view towards internship that students has, right? So at some point in your colleges, they will push you to do an internship, right? So if you are in your 6th semester or 7th semester, they will keep on pushing you to do internships. So internships are not something that you need to pay to some institutes or agencies to learn. Internships are something that you get from the industry experience. So if you are someone who is paying and learning something, and you end of the internship you are getting a certificate, what value it adds, that matters a lot. So you can claim that you did an internship, but what is your takeaway? What is your understanding towards that internship? So that should change from the students. Even if you are not getting an intern, then no problem at all. Sit straight towards 3 months or 4 months, and practice what you want to. So once you finalize the domain, you can put your efforts, right? So all it matters is effort and the consistency. So how you can climb towards the industry is, without an internship experience, you can tell that I have a skill set that matches your criteria. It's not both why internship companies are asking us, like if you have an experience, it is the process for them to cut the training cost, right? So if you have an experience, they will directly hire you. You need to convince them, without experience, I'm having a skill set. So you should be in that position. If you are in that position, internships is not mandatory at all. But doing internships in your early stage will add value to your profile. You can do 6 months internship in a very good company, and with that experience, you can reach to next level company. So this is one point of view. So don't do internships for cost. Yeah, that is.
Yeah, that's all right. Just adding to his views, right? Don't see to which company you're doing the internship. It could be a NASA money contractor, like in Friends, right? Right. So it could ultimately power you as an internet breaker also, right? So I have seen many junior developers joining HCL, right, who have done internships in very small companies in Hyderabad, Secunderabad, Gurgaon, right? The amount of wealth of experience they bring onto the table is tremendous, right? They are almost as equivalent as a grade A college, right? So we hire from CEG. And we hire from IIT Madras, right? So they have a tremendous experience, right? Rightly told by the other, my fellow panel speaker, right? Don't see which company you are trying to do. At the first point, right? It is more about accumulating knowledge, right? See how much. It's not that company is going to extract the juice out of you. During internship, you are at winning stake there, right? You extract the maximum juice out of the company. Right? There are the resources what you have, say, if you want to build an AWS platform, right? You had few sessions before, right? Mentorship, he was doing an intern. He was playing with, say, Bedrock. He was playing with SageMaker, right? He was learning things at free of cost, right? So try to extract maximum juice while equipping yourself and then proving to the company that you are really an asset for them.
Yeah, well said. Okay, even I suggest the same thing. Like instead of sitting idle in home, at least you have to go and get some experience. Even if they don't pay also, that is fine. The experience will make you pay in the future. So better you learn something. Don't look out for the company's big names. Even if it's a startup, just go and learn whatever you can. Right? Thanks.
One more point to add. So instead of they keep on searching internships, right? So the students are wasting a lot of time and energy, and training up, they are not getting internships. So if you are not in a position to get any internships after a certain point of time, all we can suggest is work towards skill development. So it's not necessary that you have to go to a company and learn something. So you tried and you are not in a position to get some internships, right? Take a break, take 6 months break, learn some new skills, have something in your profile so that you can go and meet any of the InfoSec meetups or any conferences like that, and that will be the industry experts, right? So you can claim them, sir, I have a necessary skill set, and what would be the process to come in as an intern in your company. So that students can do.
And one more question, keep on repeating, like why opportunities are more in abroad? That means why the pay scale is more in abroad compared to India. And a few students start to go to abroad to study the MS degree, just for getting the job itself. So how are you seeing this? I mean, is there a wise station, or I mean, is a good one, or they can look out here itself?
If you see pay as the only criteria to judge a job, I don't think we are going in the right direction. That's what I would say. Right, 10 years, 12 years into the career, you'll start seeing a strong barrier in terms of salary slabs, which you cannot break just by switching companies. Right, the skill is ultimately the thing that matters. See, when I joined, at least I have around 20 years of experience in the development field. Right, so when I joined, the prime skill what I was quizzed about was Java. Now Java is completely dead and buried. Now, if you go and tell that I'm a 20 years experience, I'm exponent in Java, right? I don't see any company is going to hire me, right? The certifications, whatever I did and things, right? It eventually boils down to the experience what I derived out of building the projects out of it. Right now, right, the AWS is there. Tomorrow, GenAI is a hot topic, and we know that almost 97% of companies, both here and abroad, build skills there. Right? So my opinion is, please don't chase at least the green currency in the earlier days. I think it's an inverted pyramid. So invest in your skills, right? And then when a real opportunity knocks and what you think might really cherish and take you into the direction where you want to go, I think you should choose that path.
Yeah, Pradeep, what your point of
To
view?
add some more points, so I will say like initially you finish your college, right? You can just work in India for 2 years. And then if you're really interested to do an MS or MBA, and then you can go in either in Europe or UK. So that way what happens is, so if you go as a fresher and finish your MS, the salary you're going to get will be less. But after you get a 2 years experience and then you go to Europe or UK, with 2 years experience, India experience, obviously the salary will be at least 3 or 4 times. So as Karthik has said, be strong in one particular technology and then move on with the next one.
When it comes to masters, right, when you are applying itself, all universities will ask statement of purpose, why you want to come and what is the purpose you are choosing this particular university. That defines the answer, right? So why the student has to choose master's degree and what is his mission, vision, and what is the objective, right? So students will go to masters for 2 reasons. One is they want to learn something advanced out of their own interest. It's not like I completed BE CSE and I'm passionate about cybersecurity. If I'm interested, I can go for masters. And another one is towards the pay scale hype. Okay, and why the pay scale in abroad is highest, as far as I know, there are very few skilled professionals in abroad. But whereas in India, right, so we work for 8 to 10 hours with, not underpaid, but still you can get lot of work done from Indians. And people over abroad there, right, so they work as a part-time contractors. So they will work in 3 to 4 companies and earn more. So towards all this attention, we have a perception that, okay, if we are completed master's degree and if we have an experience, we will get more salary. No, it's not like that. You need to have a proper experience, as Pradeep said, right? So if you have 2 to 3 years of experience and after completing your degree, you will obviously land in a good job. And without experience, no one is ready to offer you a job. That's one thing.
And one interesting stuff, and since nowadays the trend has been increasing, like AML, okay, artificial intelligence. So does it really impact other jobs? I mean, they are thinking that, okay, after a few years, the AML may take over all of the job cuts, something like that. Is it just going to give an add-on and going to increase our productivity? So what's your point of view? How the students can able to, enhance, or they can able to mold themselves in this era? So what's your point of view?
So the answer is yes and a no. Okay. So I won't say that it is not killing jobs. Yes, it is killing jobs. But see AI as your friend rather than your one who is going to replace you, right? See, there are few tasks what are fueling jobs, are getting lost because of AI, advent of AI. Yes, that is true. But tell me one thing, say, day in, day out, you are hired in a company. Day in, day out, you are going to go design a page and then color few buttons. You are going to do CSS, check in the file, come home, right? You are doing for day 1, day 2, fine. 100 days, fine. 300 days, fine. Then, would you be really interested in doing that job? Right? So, and do you really think that you will be an asset in the company? No. So these are the low-hanging fruits what AI is trying to optimize. Right? So instead of you going and developing 500 files and 500 CSS files or JS files, right? It's only a click of a button. But what to design, what to code, what the intent, right? Intent-driven programming, that's what they call, right? The intent or intuitiveness of what has to be generated is still in our hands. right? What the industry demands from a professionals like you is to drive that intent. Who is going to write the code? Probably most of the folks here are brilliant minds, right? See, so 5 years down the line, you will not be the folks who will be writing the code. There will be junior developers under you who is going to write the code. Think AI as a junior developer that's going to be under you right from day one, writing efficient code, right? So you see it from that perspective. From my personal point of view, I am more happy AI writing the code than a few engineers who are writing the code, because the perfection with which it is writing the code, it is a less work for me, less review work for me, right? Think that way, right? From day one, you are going to write code and develop code as if you are a 25, 26 years experience as professional. So if you see from that perspective, yes, AI is really a boon for us.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, to add some more points from a cybersecurity perspective, okay. So, for example, you have an application and you want to test and find the vulnerabilities. So, after the AI, what will happen is there are lots of IAST tools, interactive application security testing. So, if you have 10 members in your team, it is going to reduce by 30%. So, somehow the remaining 6 people will be there in the company. The 3 people will be moved to some other team. So it is like, we might think if AI comes, it is going to reduce your jobs. No, it is going to open the gate for other areas. So you have to upskill yourself and keep moving into the next areas. So thereby you can definitely get the work done. So you should not think AI as a competitor or it is going to take my jobs. It is the time to reskill yourself and upskill yourself to move into the next level.
I like the word treat AI as your friend, right? So are we using AI to upskill ourselves? No, we are not doing it. We are in fear that whether my job will be lost, if I will be replaced because of AI, when you will be replaced is you are not doing something or you are doing the same that you used to do for 6 months, 1 year or 2 years, 3 years, right? So when you are upskilling yourself, and specifically in cybersecurity, there will be a lot of exploits, there will be a lot of vulnerabilities will arise, right? So yeah, where it will play a major role is it will give you an place to detect, but not how you can mitigate it or how you can stop. We need human intervention, as he said, right? IAST, that is required. And specifically when it comes to cybersecurity, there are a lot of human interactions that we do. It's not like you can learn how to do proper pen testing or penetration testing steps and methodologies, but AI cannot test it. But if it is a tool, you need to know how you need to execute the tool, right? So if it is a command or if it is, there are 5 to 10 steps that you have to do, AI cannot do that. You as a human, you need to configure everything and you need to do it obviously, right?
So one important thing, right? AI is now being treated as the next industrial revolution, right? Steam engine was an industrial revolution. Light bulb was an industrial revolution. Transistors to semiconductors was an industrial revolution. Now AI is an industrial revolution. Proof is the amount of patents that is getting filed in the USPTO, right? It has increased 12-fold, 20-fold in the last 1.5 years. All the patents are leaning towards AI. That was the same trend what was there in your electricity. That was the same trend was what was happening in your steam engine era. That was the same trend that was happening in your semiconductor era. Assume that you are a semiconductor manufacturer who are just entering the entry in the vacuum tube era, right? So would you say that no, vacuum tubes, all my jobs are going to be lost, so I will not embrace? Then that's not how the world is. The world is not going to stop by your thoughts. Either you embrace it and learn it and ride the wave, or you'll be eclipsed by the wave. That's quite simple. Right? It could be a hard statement, but that is the reality what we are going to see through. As long as you see it as a tool, like rightly told, I said here, right? See, embrace the tool, use the tool, right? How we are going to use the tool is your skill, right? So either you spend 20 hours writing a small program and with bugs, or use 2 minutes to write that code, move to the next task is in your hands.
Yes, okay, thanks a lot for views, AML. I think I have done with my questions. Now I just want to give a chance to audience. Okay, now anyone can ask questions.
Okay, I want to ask one question here, okay? So how many of you are really interested in AML here? How many of you are interested in cloud? Why? I'll tell you.
Yeah,
So one answer which I don't want is, most of my resume, whatever I see, they are asking cloud, so what I'm learning to learn cloud. Every company want me to learn AI, so I am learning AI. No, that is not the answer. Why you are really interested in AI in cloud apart from this?
Yeah, that's great. Nothing I want to answer. Yeah, tell me.
I coming from industry, something that I bought. You can't different if at all you are selling some solution. Finally, someone should buy it. I say that I have a great AI algorithm, and I go to, let's say, a hospital and say I have an algorithm. Can you buy it? They'll look at my face and they'll say you build some scrap. It won't get used for me. And the other way is cloud. Let's say AWS did build like huge EC2s, and Azure build huge compute systems. Like Google, the clouds, they came with their compute systems and they said, hey, hospital, I have huge cloud systems, can you use it? It's like no use for them. At finally is like something, if at all you are delivering to a hospital, it is a combined product. So me, how I started my journey is like all it happened was the very first day I was being asked to write a Python program. And after writing me Python program, they asked me to deploy into an EC2 mission. So after me deploying that into a EC2 mission, they asked me, can you containerize it? To break it down simple, like EC2 is your laptop. Let's say if whatever this Python program, if at all you want to distribute to many people, you containerize it. So you will never be stopped, or like you will never be asked or like made in very stringent way of saying, I want to work in AI, or I want to work in cloud. It will never work. I started as a Python developer, but my name was like a big data engineer. And suddenly, one of the person in my company, he went for a holiday and there were no people. So suddenly I was brought into an ETL framework and I started learning Spark. It all happened on a fly. It took like 2 days, one Saturday and one Monday. Next day I was supposed to build Spark application. This is all before ChatGPT. We did build a solution in 2 weeks where I was the dumbest guy, rest are all the higher guys. After that 6 months, I started working in NLP, data science, and now I lead data science team. With my past experience, what I learned is, I do have a people whom we call data scientists. They know only to the core stats. We ask them very specific tasks, and the trust that I can build on them is very limited. I have people, I call them engineers, no matter whatever you ask them. They'll have a solution, they'll figure out a solution. My trust always tend to them. So if you want to say that I am very much interested in AI, or let's say I'm very much interested in cloud, then we blindly fooling ourselves, because we never know what we'll land up in next 10, 15 years.
I perfectly second that. That's what I said, right? So you need to be polyglot, right? Embrace whatever opportunities that come to you, right? I don't mean to demotivate you or things like that. These things become your assumed entry criteria into the industry. At least you should know one scripting language. At least you should know one cloud platform. It is not going to say that, it is not going to mandate that you should know cloud platforms. No, there are thousands of jobs where the cloud platform is not there. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Like you can.
It's good to have. It's what to say. It's good to have, and anyway, the world is going to go towards it. One countering point for him, right? Why should I learn cloud, right? Say I have a small vendor who wants to train a small program, right? So he cannot go buy an $1,000 hardware to train it, right? He can hire it for 500 rupees, 1,000 rupees for a hard, train the model. That's all, right? So these are a few advantages. Anyway, I'll take questions from you.
At least one observation I saw from my office, we speak about AI, cloud and all. The scarcity that my team always sees, UX developers. We hardly have 3-4 UX developers. We reach out them, they always script that many people reach us. So there is lot you can go ahead and reach. All you need is bit creativity and saying an extra hour. Are you ready to put that an extra hour? That will make sure for you.
Yeah, okay. Any other questions? Last 5 minutes. So anyone want to ask the questions to the panel members? Feel free to ask. This is the first time you can ask the questions. Otherwise, these guys will ask you in future, the interview questions. Okay, just make use of the situation.
Someone going to ask internship opportunity now.
All guys. Is it more enough? Is this more than enough information? I just expecting that you want to extract more from these guys. It's either two-way. Maybe they don't understand or it's good. If good means fine.
Had questions to meet all the needs. That's why they were listening to that one and they are happy to that.
I can feel the vibe of Karthik as a manager, right? He wants to extract the complete stuff out of the panel here, team members.
Okay, okay, fine, thank you. Okay, I just want to wind up. Okay, whatever we discussed, I just want to wind up the things. Okay, as these three gentlemen told, right? If you want to focus on your career, maybe second year, third year students, just think about what you're going to achieve, like whether you are going to be a AML engineer or maybe cybersecurity architect or cloud, whatever it is. Just build the skills, whatever required for the particular domain, and have network with the guys like this, because if you go to meetup.com or even go to LinkedIn, okay, you can find a lot of meetups which are happening in Chennai itself, okay. You don't need to even look at Hyderabad or Bangalore, something like that. If you go there, you can find a lot of meetups over there. Just interact with them and try to pick a mentor already working in industry, okay. Try to have a word with him and try to ask him to guide, okay, guide him. With the help of him, you can just focus on the things and get the internships as all the guys told. Try to get the internship, even if it's a small company or big company, doesn't matter. So go to the internship opportunity, whatever you are just decided to go, right? And then you focus on those stuffs. Then slowly you build your network in the LinkedIn profiles. Like you build your LinkedIn profile and try to add the people who are already working in the domain. Then finally, if you pitch in, if you're going to follow all these kind of activity, definitely you can get good job. Okay. So just follow this. If you have any doubts, just don't hesitate us to ping in the LinkedIn over the things. I think we have already shared our LinkedIn profiles. Okay, if you don't have, just contact Kalpana madam. Okay, if you have any questions related regarding the internships of job opportunities or meetups, please don't hesitate. Okay, just contact us. Thank you guys. Thanks for joining.
And all the best, team.
Yeah, all the best. All the best to everyone.
Well, that was a supercharged discussion, wasn't it? Now, I call upon Karthi sir, the head of AWS Cloud Club at St. Joseph's, to felicitate our esteemed panelists. I ask Karthik sir to facilitate Mr. Karthik, who is the Associate Manager at HCO. Thank you, sir. Now, I request Dinesh Kumar sir to felicitate Mr. Pradeep Kumar sir. And now, I invite Ruskin Bruce sir to come and felicitate Mr. Rakesh Ilamaran sir. I now request Dolly ma'am to felicitate Karthik sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us in this panel discussion. Well, that's it for the day, folks. Make sure to join us tomorrow at 9 a.m. for another fun-filled and supercharged day. Thank you.